back to today's session. And right, if you have any questions, we will just start the session in a bit. We are just waiting for a couple of more people to join. So if you have any questions, please go ahead and ask your questions on the sessions that we had so far. I'll clarify them.
Hi sir, good morning.
Hey Lakshmi, good morning.
Sir, actually you were explaining yesterday about the orders and template tables. No sir, I was a little bit confused about that. Could you please explain me once again that?
So that is just a database table, Lakshmi. So, you know, so on the database side, I have to make something as my source so that I can read the data from there, right? So I use this Northwind database as my source, and this has two tables called orders and order details. So I'm just using those tables here as my sources. Just my source tables, nothing more than that.
Okay sir.
Any more questions?
Thank you sir.
All right, thanks. All right, if you have any questions, please let me know. You can ping me on chat, or you can just raise your hand so that I can unmute you, and you can ask your question. I'll just start in another 2 minutes. We are just waiting for our friends to join. All right, so if you don't have any more questions, we will proceed with today's topics. Alright, so yesterday we were looking at SAP ECC extraction and writing it into a database and a flat file. So the extractions that we saw are from flat file to a flat file. Then second one is a flat file to a database. Then third one is a database to a flat file. Fourth one is a database to a database. Fifth one is ECC to database and flat file simultaneously. Hey Zafar, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
Hey, yeah. You can see the screen and listen to my voice clearly, right?
Yeah.
Alright, so any questions, Zafar, before we proceed with today's topic?
No, that's fine, that's fine. I
Alright,
think
thank you.
I accidentally pressed the button, I think. Sorry.
Okay, right. I mean, just be on mute, and if you have any questions, please unmute yourself and go ahead with the question.
Okay, no problem.
Right, thanks, Zafar. Right, so these are the different types of extractions. So we covered databases, flat files, and SAP system. So now we will also see something called as conditions, scripts, and global variables. So what is this condition scripts and global variables, and in which scenario I'll be using them? So if you look at this diagram, I'll just give you a pictorial view of what I'm trying to explain. So I have a job. So let us say this rectangle box is my job, my entire job, and I have bits and pieces of work in that one. Okay. So let me name them as first part as extraction, the second part as validation, and third part as enrichment. Okay, so I have three parts: extraction, validation, and enrichment. Now I want to run this job. So when I run this job, what will happen? First it will execute the job, and based on the order of execution, first it will go with extraction, then it goes to validation, and from there it goes to enrichment. So these are the order, this is the order in which all these three will be executed. But every time I don't want to extract, because let us say extraction itself is taking somewhere around 15 minutes of time. So I don't want to take extraction and again and again, right? Every time I don't want to run my extraction job. So some things are there that you just need to run only once, right? So what I can do is I want to choose which block of my code can be executed, either this one or this one or this one or the combination, right? So I can just ignore this one and run these two. So this is what we can achieve using condition scripts and global variables. So this is what we can achieve using condition scripts and global variables. So what is the condition and where do we find these conditions? So if you look at a condition, condition is nothing but an if then else statement. So you can go to any job and on the right hand side tool palette, right, you see this one, this is our condition. So this conditional, if you just click on that and click back on the data flow or on the job level, so you will see that if a condition is satisfied, then it goes to the then part. If not, it goes to the else part, right? So condition is nothing but an if then else statement. And let me just complete a framework job. I'll just create a template job, a framework, and which we will fill with this condition scripts and global variables, and we will try to utilize the job here. Okay, so syntactically correct. Yesterday after the session I changed these credentials with a new SAP system and my username and password. So that's the reason why we see it here. Now we'll see how do we import another two tables. We'll also import another two tables called MARCI and MARDI. So MARCI is nothing but plant level information for materials. So where these materials are created, in which plant, and the plant level information. So plant data for materials, right? So we are going to extract this one, and this is other object button on the display screen. So if you just click on that, you can go and switch on the tables. Right, this is storage location data for the materials. So I'll try to import these two tables. So remember, this is the external data. Please cross-check your source, the type of the object that you are searching for, and is that an internal data or external data, and just click on search. This might take a few more minutes. Once you find the table in the list of tables that is displayed here, all you need to do is select the table, right click and import that table so that you can see them here in this list. So in this concept we also will see reusability option. Right, how I can reuse an existing object. So one thing I want to make it very clear, so when I say object, so this object can be a job, a workflow, a data flow, a table, a data store, a transformation, a flat file, anything that we use within data services is referred as an object, right? So just don't get confused whenever I say an object. It can be anything. So there are two types of objects that we use in data services. They are like single-use object and reusable objects. So with the concept of reusability, we save a lot of time and we can use the already existing objects that we have utilized or that we have created and used in some other jobs. So that will help us to save a lot of time. I'll also tell you the pros and cons of it. So I'm importing the table Marcy here. So let's go only with Mara and Marcy. We can join that in the third condition. As importing these tables is taking a little longer time, so we'll just go with Mara and Marcy. Alright, so in this job what we'll try to do is we'll extract the Mara table, we extract Marcy table, and we'll try to join that in the third condition. So as for this diagram, the first condition we'll do a Mara ext, then in the second condition we'll do a Marcy ext, and third condition we will do a join between Mara and Marcy. So we will also see how we can join two different tables and data services, and how we can reuse the existing data flow that we have already done for Mara. Alright, so this is done. Now close this. So I'll build this job. I'll build this template job now. So I'm naming this as job underscore conditions, scripts, and global variables. Data flow, sorry, not data flow. So I want three conditionals, so I'm just creating them three. So condition Mara, then the second one is conditional Marcy, and the third one is condition join. And I have the scripts on the right hand side tool palette. I'll tell you the script, what is script and why we use that. So I'm just trying to create a framework so that we can proceed with this job. So connect this one first, it should be the script, and then Mara condition, Marcy condition, and the join. So this is my framework. Now we are talking about, so this is my annotations button on the right hand side tool palette. So if you click on that and click back on the data services job, so you can add annotations at the job level. So in this job we are using conditions, scripts, and global variables. So let me just expand this. So annotation is nothing but a note kind of an activity on a job level. So this is very helpful, especially when you are trying to hand over the job to the other person, right? You give annotation at the job level, and somebody looks at your job and they understand, okay, this job is built for this purpose, and this is the activity done at each and every data flow level. So there will not be any confusion. Even they miss out on the KT sessions, they can go and look at the annotations and make it pretty comfortable. It will make them feel pretty comfortable to understand the code. So there are different levels in this job where we can also do annotation activities, and comments or like a coding activity, a documentation activity, I can say, to tell it more properly. So we'll also follow those standards, right? So condition is nothing but an if then else object where we can apply a condition or pass a condition, and if the condition is satisfied, first it will execute then part. If the condition is not satisfied, it will go to the else part. Then script. What is script? Declaration of the global variables. So if you look at the C programming language, that is something that we have learned as a first software program in our lives, in our colleges. So if you look at the C program, so it follows a very simple approach. So first one is creation of the global variables, right? Then declaring the global variables, then initializing the global variables and calling the global variables. So just remember or try to remember these things. So first we will go and create a global variable, that is creation of global variable. Then declaration of global variable, we'll say that okay, these global variables belong to this job, so that is the reason why we create them at the job level. Then we will give them a default value, right? I'll initialize them with some default value and call these global variables whenever it is required. So now initializing global variables is done in script. So that is what I'm trying to type here, declaring the global variables, and calling the global variables is done in these conditionals. So now we need to see how do we create and declare the global variables, right? So to create the global variables, so as I call it global, it should be at my job level. So select the job. Step number one, make sure that you select the job first and then go to tools and you click on variables. So first you need to select the job. So that is the reason why each and every job has its own global variables, right? So you cannot go and create some global variables at the project level. You can have them at the job level. So each and every job has its own global variables. So select the job, go to tools and click on variables button, or you also have one variables button here, right? On the menu bar, you can click on that and it will open a small pop-up and you can just align it to the right hand side if you want it to get stacked to the right hand side. So here we do two things. One is in the green V, it is variables, and the second one is your global variables. The definition itself is very simple. Global, you can declare at the job level and use it everywhere in the job, across the job. And local variables, you can define that within a data flow and you can utilize them within the data flow. So every variable that you create here needs a script, right? So all the variables that you create here needs a script so that they can be initialized with some values. So let us create global variables Mara, Marcy and Mardi. So the naming standards, so to create a global variable first, you select the global variable, right click and do an insert. So it will start something with a dollar symbol, which is an indication for global variable. Just double click on that one and type $GV underscore Mara. So $GV is an indicator saying that this is a global variable. So once your job is done and let us say you have some 15 to 20 global variables, right? And some local variables as well. So that should be a key differentiator which should tell like which is your local and which is your global variable. Hey Sandeep, any questions? Hey Sandeep, can you hear me? I think you are on mute from the organizer end. Not able to see the video.
Yeah. I'm able to hear you, but I'm not able to see the video actually. It is join as listen only mode. I tried thrice, but still it is same.
Okay, but can you try to rejoin Sandeep? Because I think rest of the people are able to see my screen.
Okay, I'll try once more.
Yep, right. Right, so these are the global variables and this is how we create them. So first you right click on the global variables and say insert, and once it is inserted, so you double click on that and give it a proper name. So you can also define like what type of a global variable that you are defining for. It is not just y or n or 1 or 0. You can also define a global variable type, right? So for example, I want to create a daily flat file out of my job, and it should have a timestamp added to that. So how can I do that? I can declare a global variable and call system date into that, and when I'm defining the name of the flat file, I can give the file name ff underscore customer underscore target, then concatenate it by my global variable, which is calling my system date. So in that case, what will happen every day whenever that global variable is called? So it will be ff underscore customer underscore target underscore that day's timestamp. So you can call global variables in that scenarios, right? So you can make it as an integer, right? You can make it as a varchar. So let's keep it as varchar1 because I'm calling values 1 and y and n into this one. Right now we can also give a default value here, right? So if you are creating a global variable, you can give some default value. If you have any default value, you can give a default value to this one and click on OK. Now insert $gv underscore Marcy, it's a varchar1, then insert $gv underscore join, and it's varchar1. So I created these 3 global variables for my 3 conditionals. So now I have to initialize my global variables. So that is what I wrote here. So once I create and declare my global variables, I need to initialize them. So go to script, and script is nothing but a notepad. So just click on the script, and I pull the script from my right hand side tool palette. So click on the script, and if you type anything in data services with a single hash, then it is a comment. So keep this in mind. Let it be in your jobs, in your data flows, in your transformations, right, in your scripts. If you put a hash and type something, then that is a comment. So I have a habit of putting double hash. That's kind of a signature that I had on my jobs from beginning. So script to bias global variables, or then first type $gv, and it will show you the condition name. $gv underscore mara is equal to y. Since I gave it as varchar, character always comes in between the single quotes, semicolon, then put a hash symbol, condition for extracting the mara table, then $gv underscore Marcy is equal to y, capital Y, condition to extract Marcy, then $gv underscore join is equal to y. Condition to join Mara and Marcy. So I also gave comments along with declaring the global variable, so any layman who can look at this screen can easily understand that what I'm trying to do here, right? So creation of global variables from tool, variables, then declaring the global variables, and also giving them some comments here. So everything I'm defaulting it to y, so later stages I'll go and change. Now calling the global variables. So I'll go to my condition and I'll say if $gv underscore Mara is equal to Y. So that is my condition. If this one is equal to the one that I gave in my script, so it can be Y, A, B, C, whatever it is. If that image is equal to that image, this image, then this part will be executed, else it will go to the else part. If you don't give anything in the else part, it will skip and go to the next condition. Alright, so this is my $GB_Mara. Then next one is $GB_Marcy. Then $GB_John. So different type of global variables that we have, we use for defining the inbound directory path, outbound directory path, dates, timestamps, file names. So you can use these global variables for various purposes, right? As you proceed, wherever you feel that you can use a global variable, you use that, because the reason why we use these global variables, especially for paths, for file names, is like when you move the code from development to quality system, right? So each and everywhere you need to go and tell, like, okay, this is not my, so let us say your job has some 20 flat files that are getting generated. So 20 locations you need to go and change the folder name or the drive where it is getting saved, because you are moving from development to quality system. So you will have all your new server names and folder names, inbound directory and outbound directories, right? So if you just use global variables in the name of path, and you can go and keep changing them here, right, one place, so then that will be pretty much useful, right? So now reusability. I have already done a data flow Mara ECC extract. If you open this and see, so I already extracted Mara and put it in the stage Mara table. Now let me reuse this. So what is reusability? I can directly call it here, right? And if I go and do some changes here, I'm just not doing anything. I'm just saving, adding one more transformation and saving. So will that go and impact the actual job where I used that particular data flow? So this is the data flow that I reused in this conditional job. But if I go to the actual job where I use this data flow and see, so this is also getting affected, right? So if you are not doing any changes on that particular data flow, so if I go and delete this in this job, right? This is the data flow and save it. So it will obviously get deleted in my conditions, right? It's getting deleted. So point number one is, if you don't have any changes to be done, right, if you can just reuse it, you can pull it from your data flow. So what if I want to reuse it, but still I want to go ahead and make changes, but those changes should not be impacted on other job, right? So I can make a copy of this by replicating this data flow. So select this data flow, or to that level any object, right click and go and replicate. So when I replicate, it will create a copy of this object with copy_1_ data flow. So just press F2, delete, and make sure that you don't have the same name for two different data flows. It will throw an error. So I'll call this as Mara ext. Just go back, delete this one, and call this one here and delete the flat file. Save it. Right, now go to that job, ECC DB extract. But there is no change because you made a copy of your existing object and you further worked on the copy of that one, but not the actual object. So at a job level where the actual object is used, there will not be any changes. So keep this in mind whenever you have data flows with some complexity added for one job and you need to almost create a similar data flow for the second one. So you can go and replicate that data flow and utilize that in the second job. So this conditional is done. Then let me go and build the second conditional, that is condition Marcy. So Marcy, I did not create any data flow, so let me create one. So on the right hand side tool palette, click on that and call it as df underscore Marcy. Open this data flow, go to your SAP data store, select Marcy, drag and drop it, and then use a query transformation, and then a template table on the right hand side tool palette and call it as stage Marcy. Select the target data store and click on OK. Connect it with your query transformation. Now open the query transformation and select the required fields from schema into schema out. Unit of issue, material type, MRP controller, indicator. So I just need only these fields. Select all the columns that you need on the schema in, and we can right click and do a map to output, or you can pull one on one like we saw yesterday. You can select one column on your schema in and drag into the other column, or you can select all these columns and also drag them to the schema out, right? So you can do it in 3 ways. Right now I pull all the columns that are required to my schema out, and right, so if I also want to apply a row level filter, so I go to my where condition and say where LVORM is not equal to X. So the same condition we applied for Mara, the same condition applying from Marcy. Now save this. Just go back to the condition join. Now here we have the condition join is equal to Y, and here create a data flow df underscore join. So in this one we will see how do we join 2 different tables. Now go to your target data store. Expand the tables. You have 2 tables called stage Mara and stage Marcy. So these are the 2 tables that I'm going to join now. So I did not run my job yet, which means I did not create my stage Marcy. I'm just creating a metadata here. So keep that in mind. On data services you always work with metadata. Now use the query transformation and call it as qt underscore join, and connect your Mara and Marcy with the query transformation and call it as stage underscore materials. Connect it to your query transformation. Yes, Zafar, go ahead with your question.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Hello?
Yeah, I can.
Rakesh, when you were defining the condition mark, you said in the if statement yes, but when in the condition MRC you didn't say like this. So
Sorry?
why, when you were defining the condition, in the condition underscore Mara you said, yeah, top here, GB underscore Y, but in the other one, like condition underscore MRC, you didn't say that. You said here, right? GB underscore Mara, yes. Why this is?
Oh yeah, that's a mistake. That's a mistake. Thanks for identifying that. So it should be given.
There is no icon for the raise hand here in the team meeting.
I think you have one,
I
just in
didn't
the
see.
chat window.
It doesn't
Alright,
show.
you can
That's
unmute
why.
yourself and stop me somewhere, Jafar. That's fine. You have this option
Okay.
to mute and unmute, right? So I can unmute and stop me anywhere.
Okay. Okay. No. Thank you.
Alright. So yeah, so here we are working on the metadata. So I created a join condition here, and I use the stage materials table. Guys, just give me a second. I'll be back in a minute. Hey, sorry for that. So here I completed the stage Mara, stage Marcy, and the stage join tables, stage material tables. Now let us go back to the job. Now validate this one. So it has many objects now. So not even one, it has many. It has some global variables, it has data flows, it has conditionals and all these things. Now click on validate all, and it says that there are some errors. So let me first go and look at this one. Qt Matner is not mapped, right? So in Qt underscore scope, so first data flow. So this is the transformation Qt underscore slow scope, and it says Qt Matner is not mapped. What is the reason why it is? Okay, so select this one, drag and drop it onto the Matner. Now it is mapped, right? You see the value being populated in the mapping column. The second one, Qt join, no columns defined for the target schema, right? So that's a mistake. Now I did not complete this one. So I select the material number, material type, industry sector, material group, base unit of measure from Mara, and plant material maintenance status, plant specific materials, indicator, and these fields. Enable. I'm not taking Mara again, Matner again, because I have the material number. I'm just mapping this to the output. So I'm just selecting distinct fields from these two. 1 second. Sorry, too many disturbances today. Right. So I pulled in the required fields from both the tables, and I created a target structure. Now let me validate within this data flow. No errors found. Let me go and validate at the job level. Right? No errors found. All the errors are resolved now. So now if I go and run the job, right, you'll see something additional called as global variables here, and the variables that we created are displayed. So what is a variable? So as per the definition, a variable is something that we pass a value dynamically, right, at the runtime, or you pass it dynamically, and based on that value, this one gets executed. So dynamically means every time we run it, we give some or the other value to it, or also it can have a standard value. That you should have a provision to pass some value at the runtime. So that's the reason why we have this option here. So the moment I execute, I can pass some global variable saying that, okay, this one is equal to y, and I want to execute Mara, and I don't want to execute marc. I want to keep this as n, and I want to keep this as n, right? And if I just click on OK, that will go and execute only Mara, because for everywhere we gave y, so that condition is equal to this condition, so it will execute. And for the rest of this one, we gave y and it is n there, so it will not execute. So you can do it there at the execution properties window, or you can do it here. So Mara, I already ran it, so I don't want to run it. I want to only run marc and not join. So I go and change the values here, right? And now execute the job. So scripts is the second place, this is the first place, and scripts is the second place where I can give the values. So just click on OK. Now the job is started. Now you see directly it went to marc. It did not go for Mara, though it is there, the order of execution, everything is defined. It did not go for Mara, it directly went for marc, though it is the second one. Now it is the cache calculation stage. So once it is done, then it will go and extract the records from marc and put it in stage marc. So now it is in the ready stage, proceed, and as it is in proceed stage, it will start picking up the records, and once it completes picking up the records, it will go to stop stage. So these are the three stages. So these are our general interview questions, right? So which version of data services that you worked on, and now you see that it's stopped, and this is the count. So it will ask you which version of data services you worked in, and the second question that you might get is where do you see, what are the different states in which you see in the monitor tab when you are getting executed, what are the different types of errors that you face. So as of now we face some errors, right? So one is the first one I told you is especially when you're reading the data from a flat file, the source or the target flat file should not be open. So if they are open, the job data services thinks that the edit is going on that particular source file or target file, and so it will throw an error. So that is error number one. So error number two, when we validate this one, so first one we saw in the Mara data flow, that is, it is not mapped, material number is not mapped, so it is throwing an error, which means the column is present on the schema out, but it is not mapped with any value from schema in. So that is an error, right? And the third one that we saw here is we created a join condition, but we did not pull in any columns to the schema out. So when you validate the job, it is a syntax error. So, it showed that error. So these are the different types of errors we work on. So as we proceed, we will see many more. So we'll talk about them. So if somebody has a question here. Yes, Afra, go ahead.
Rakesh, when you're showing this window, it's showing the information icon on the mapping, top of it. What is this about? It's some of them, like,
So
yeah.
whenever I use anything in the query transformation, so here I used a where condition. Right, so here in the where condition it's showing an information icon, which means that it's giving an information that I have done some work. So if I do something in the group by,
So
it
it
will
shows you
show me
information.
information. Yeah, so it is like when we get into a data flow and open a query transformation, we can easily follow like which areas of this query transformation we already worked on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so now I change this scripts. I want only Marcy to be executed, and my Marcy execution is done. So let us go and check this one here. Open this and look at the data. So now the data is visible here. Now I want only join to run. So what I can do, now you know the answer. Go to my job, go to my script, and change this to n, and keep this condition to y, join, and go ahead and run the job. So this is how I control the execution of my job. Though I have multiple conditionals or multiple portions of my job, I can control the execution of my job. I can say only this portion of the job will get executed, and this is already run, or this is taking a lot of time. I don't want to rerun it again. So one run is enough. So I can define my job, which portion of my job to be executed, and this can be achieved using condition scripts and global variables. So there's one more error that we got now. So let us look at it. It says that violation of the primary key constraint. So go to the error tab, and you see an error icon here on the right on the PID. So you see the message next to that one. It says that cannot insert a duplicate key into the object stage materials. The duplicate key one number is this one. So second key number and the third key number and so on. So whenever you are trying to push a duplicate key into a particular object, right, it will throw an error. So which object you are trying to push it onto? The object which has a primary key on that one. So here I'm trying to join Mara and Marcy information, which means logically at the back end, when you have the base Mara table, the materials master data table, so it will have unique material numbers, all right, and its descriptions. Now plant is Marcy table is a plant level information where it will have a plant and the unique material number combination. So if you look at a combination of material number, Matner and works, the plant field, so this combination will be unique. So if you look at the data level, you can have duplicate material numbers, right? So here it is trying to push the duplicate material numbers, right? So that's what this cannot insert a duplicate object, a duplicate key into the object for a column which is defined as primary key. Now go to this condition join, open the query transformation, and on the right hand side you see material number as a primary key. So unless and until I remove it from the primary key, my job will not run, or I need to maintain stick material numbers so that I don't have duplicates. These are the two solutions if you get that error. So what is the error? Cannot insert primary key constraint violation, cannot insert duplicate keys into the objects, right? So this is the error message. So how do you resolve it? Either you make sure that you maintain distinct records till that stage, or you go and uncheck the primary key option. So this is very simple. If you want to make a column as a primary key, you select on the column, do a context menu, right click and say select primary key. Or if you want to remove a column from a primary key, select that column which is already a primary key, right click and uncheck that one. Now, if I rerun this job, only the join data flow should run. So it directly went to the join data flow, and you can see it's in ready to proceed stage. In the proceed stage, it will start picking up the records, and once it is done, it will go to the stop stage. And I'm expecting it should not throw an error now. But for some or the other reason, I expect the systems has done a bit slow. I should get them fixed. Right, so it is done. So totally have 26,666 records. And once it is done, it will just says the job is successfully done. I think some refresh problem is there. It's not getting refreshed properly. Yeah. Right, the job is successfully completed, and we resolved one more error today, which is primary key constraint and inserting duplicate keys into a column which is defined as a primary key. Right, so this is condition scripts and global variables. Now let us go ahead and any questions on this one, because going forward all your project jobs will pretty much close to this. Yeah, Zafar?
Rakesh, when we define the global variable, can we use in the other job as well? Like in the job underscore condition, we define the global variable. If I want to use it with the other job, like job underscore db underscore db here.
No, we have to recreate them because these variables are job specific. Now I selected the job and I click on the variables. I see them here. Now let us go to the other job and click on the variables. I don't see any variables, right? So these variables that I create are context to that particular job. They are job specific.
And the second question is, in the terms of interview question, you said that they will ask similar like this. So you have any specific document which we can read it, right, for this practice? Yeah, something.
Okay, I haven't created one. Even Sandeep was checking with me on some interview questions. So, I'll try to create something today, and I'll try to circulate it with you guys.
Okay,
right? A basic,
basic thing.
it depends on because even yesterday when Sandeep was checking with me, I had a question like, it basically depends on my customer requirement, the job description that you have for the project. So, when I take an interview especially, I will see that if the candidate meets my customer requirement, point number one. So what is my job requirement for the customer? What is he expecting? What is his source? What is his target if the candidate has worked on this source as a target? So I'll just try to understand these things, and on a generic level, I will try to write few. And
in general level, like for example, at least we have something right in hand. Thank you.
Yeah, right, Jaffer. Sure, I'll do that.
Thank you.
All right. So, any more questions on this condition scripts and global variables before we proceed to the next topic? Next topic is one of my favorite, and I'll promise that I'll also make it as a favorite for you. So if you have no questions, I'll proceed with this one. Abdul? And Bhargav, Sandeep, no questions on condition scripts and global variables? Alright, so not a problem even if you go through the recording today. If you have any questions, you can please connect with us in tomorrow's session and we can go ahead and clarify that one. Right, so the next topic is a single user instance and a multi-user instance. So what is a single user instance and what is a multi-user instance? So I will look at these two in theory today and probably try to complete one of this one. Right, so I'm just dividing this page into two parts. One is for my single user instance and the other one is for my multi-user instance. So as the name says, here I'll be having single users, and as the name says here I'll be having multiple users. So why you need this one, right? So in which scenarios you will go for a single user instance, right? So especially for pilot projects, POCs, or a pretty small project. So in these scenarios, you will go for a pilot project or a single user instance where you will have only one single data services instance, and this will extract the data from your source and it will write it into your target. So this target can be my development, it can be my quality, or it can be my production. So the first one is my source layer and the middle one is my ETL layer and this is my target layer, and I need to extract the data from my source using BODS, and initially I go and write it into my target. Insert, right. So initially I extract the data from my source and from there I go and write it into my target. So first instance when I connect to the system, that is my development instance, so I go and work on the development. So what are the different activities I do? I extract my data and load the data into my target, and I will do what? The basic thing that we do in a development is a unit testing or a user level testing. And if there are any bugs in that one, in the bad data, so I'll fix them. So how do you test? What will be the standards for you to test? Right, so the customer will give me a requirement saying that these are the columns, this is how it should be mapped, this is the business rules and stuff. So I'll just try to validate the data based on the customer input. So how do I test my data? I test it based on what my customer asked me to do, and if I find it irrelevant, I'll go and try to change my business rule and rerun it and fix the data. Right now, if I feel that the data is good, what I will do, I will try to run this job pointing it to my quality system. Initially I pointed it to my development system, I ran my job, I tested the data and I fixed the bugs. Right, now I ran the job to my QA system and I loaded the data. Now QA guys are the data owners or the QA team. They will validate the data and they will identify the defects in the data, and they will raise the ticket and ask us to work on that. So if they find a bug or defect on the data, so what they will do, they will raise the defect number 1000 and assign it back to the developer. So this developer will work on this one, fix this one, and he will again point his job and run it on the development environment and validate if the data is correct, right, if he has fixed the bug properly, and then only he will run it on this one and intimate the quality team, right? So the quality team will go and recheck the data, and if it is good, they will close this defect and they will give a sign off on the quality data, right? So they say that the exact data that what we require is present in the quality system. Now you can go ahead and load it into the production system. So now this developer again points the system BODS to the production environment, and he will do a data load into the production environment, and again the end users or data owners, they will validate the data here and give a sign off, right? So this is how your projects run on a single user instance, right? So this is my source layer, my ETL layer, and my target layers, development, QA, and production. So what we will look at, learn in the single user instance is a data store configuration technically and a system configuration. So using these two, my data store configuration and system configuration, I can tell my data services to point to this system at the time of execution, or to point to this system at the time of execution, or to point to this system at the time of execution. Right? So based on things, I can tell my data services system to act accordingly. Right? So data store configurations and my system configurations. So this must have given you a broader view on how these projects work and all those things. Now this is especially a single user instance, and how do I work with a multi-user instance, right? So what is a multi-user instance? So let us say in a project environment I have a number of objects to be developed. So I have a huge team here. So one admin, the second one is developer, the third one is tester, the fourth one is my user 1, user 2, user 3, and then the tester. So I'll give you a picture of the entire landscape. So let us go and look at this today so that we will understand the broader picture, and then we can get into the sub details. So I have an admin, I have 3 developers, D1, D2, D3. So this is my tester 1 and tester 2. I can also have a tester 2. And then I have my production local repository. So let us look at a broader picture, what exactly happens here. Right, so this is my development environment. I'm just trying to create some partitions here, visual partitions. And this is my QA environment. And this is my prod environment. So remember, we talk about this in an interview. That's like 100% yes for you. And the second thing is you have almost like 3 questions on your certification on this. All right. So this is my admin, and right. So now these 3 guys, right? This guy worked on accounts payable. This guy is working on accounts receivable, and this guy is working on general ledger. Now how do I send all these three things for testing? So it is not like my single user instance that I run it in dev and I point it to QA so that the QA guys will go and look at the data. No, this is not possible here because I have three different local repositories which has three different jobs. Now in these cases I need to have one central repository which is a common access place for all these three guys. So these three guys can go and upload their code into the central repository. Once they complete the development, they can go and upload their code into the central repository. Now developer 1, developer 2 and developer 3 uploaded their code. So my center has AP, AR and my general ledger job. Now it is in one place. So central repository is a concept where you can't go and execute the job. So it is just a storage location where you can maintain different versions of the job. We'll look in end to end about it as we start learning it. Now this has to be sent to my QA central repository. Right, so all this code has to be sent to my QA central repository so that my testers, they can download this code from here. Right, so one at a time. So this guy can download AP, this can download AR, and they can run these two jobs in parallel. Then tester 1 can download the GL job. So how do I move this code from here to here? So what we do is we create something called as a code promotion repositories. Alright, so we create something here called as a code promotion repositories. And we use this is nothing but our local repository, but we don't execute any jobs. What we will do is we'll get the latest version of the job, and so what I will do with this code promotion repository, I'll get the latest version of these three jobs into my code promotion repository, and from here I will upload these latest version of the jobs into my dev into my QA central repository. Now I have my accounts payable, accounts receivable and general ledger, all my three jobs present in my QA central repository. So this guy will first start with account payable, and this guy will get the latest version of accounts receivable and run it parallelly, and once these guys are done, then this guy will get the general ledger job and he will run it. So as they identify the defects, so they will raise what? A ticket and assign a ticket number and assign it to the developer. So this guy worked on AP, so this guy tested AP. So if there is a defect in the AP job, so he will try to map it to this user. So there are different tools like HPQC, Solman, where you can do a version control and ticketing activity. So this guy will raise a ticket and say like, hey, you worked on accounts payable, there is some issue here which you need to fix, and fix it. So what this guy will do, again he will run this job here, fixing that one, and then he will upload the code into the central repository, and from here the code promotion consultant gets the latest version of the code into his local repository and then uploads that into the quality and intimates this guy. This guy will download the latest version and try to run this one. Just give me a second, I'm running out of battery. Right, so this guy, so let us say second tester identifies a defect on the accounts receivable, so he will raise a defect number and then he will raise a ticket for that, and that ticket will be assigned to the developer 2. Developer 2 will work on his local repository fix that one, uploads that into the central repository and notifies the code promotion guys. These code promotion guys will get the latest version of accounts receivable and upload that into the quality account receivable, which means from a local repository we can configure more than one central repositories. It can be dev, it can be QA, right? And then this, he will notify this guy, and this guy will get the latest version, run it, and if it is fixed, then they will go with the production central repository, and again there will be a code promotion guy who will be extracting the latest version of the code from the quality environment which is tested and fixed, right? And he will go and upload that into his production environment, and there will be a final load consultant, right? So data load consultant who will be running these jobs in the production environment. So if you look at this one, so this is where we define the bugs and fix that, and once it is a bug-free code, then we will promote it to the production central repository. So here there will be something called as a war room, general on the production this thing. So where we will have the flow order, where we'll define which object is independent of which and which object is dependent on which, what is the order of execution, which one is the first one, which one is the second one, what are the prerequisites that needs to be done, and based on this production load guy, he will get the data, he will get the jobs from that production central repository, run them, notify that this job is done, and then he will get the next second job, he will run it and notify that this job is done, and so on. So he will load the data into the production system one by one in the order which is defined in the flowchart. So this is how your multi-user instance works, right? So any questions on this before we go and learn how to create the single user instance and multi-user instance? So if you have any questions on this architecture, right, so please let me know, because I want this foundations to be very strong so that we can go and know how we can do all these things. So as I promised you in the beginning, we'll be talking about admin roles, architecture, and also the development activities and tester activities. So we'll not spare even a single responsibility here. We'll try to learn each and everything. So this is the architecture for a single user instance, and this is the architecture for a multi-user instance, right? So any questions, please let me know. Let me clarify them so that we can proceed further. Alright, so if you have any questions, you can ask me later as well. So now let us go and see how do I create a single user instance on my system. So let us say this is my single user instance. This LR1, local repository 1, is my single user instance, and I have dev, QA, and prod target environments, and I need to create system configurations and data store configurations so that I can achieve this activity. So how do I do that? So let us say, just for example, so my data stores points to one database called as target. So let us say that I have target 1, 2, 3 or dev, QA, and prod, 3 databases. Or let me create them here. I'm creating new databases, dev, QA, and prod, so that when I create data store configurations, So I'm creating three databases, dev, db underscore qa, and db underscore prod. Alright, so just leave it, use the existing database there. So now my target data store, it connects to a database called as target, right? So let us assume that there are dev, QA, and prod, three databases present on the database side, or three different instances, right? So how do I point my data store? This data store, one time you go and run on the development environment, one time you go and run on the quality environment, and one time you go and run on the production environment. So we can do that, or we can achieve that. Once we click on the advanced button, you see something called as configurations. So we can go and create a data store level configurations to achieve this activity. So to create a data store level configuration, click on edit, and you will see the configuration window. So here it has only one configuration. Now you have these buttons like create a new configuration, duplicate configuration, rename configuration, delete configuration, sort it in alphabetical order, A to Z, Z to A, move to the first, whatever the default configuration that you are keeping as. So this is my default configuration, so move it to first, right? Create an aliases and all these things. So I'll just duplicate this configuration thrice. Right, so first one I'm calling this as dev. Though technically they are pointing to only one database, I'm just calling them as dev, QA, and prod. So generally on a project level, the server names and the databases names and the username and password will change from dev to QA and QA to prod. So but I'm just maintaining the same information because of the limitation. I have only one system at the backend. I'm maintaining the same information, but I'm maintaining three different configurations, dev, QA, and prod. So once you define them, just click on apply. Right, even in future, if you have three different systems at the back end, you can point this to system 2 and you can point this to system 3. So once you define these configurations, make sure that you click on apply and OK. So if you don't click on apply, these configurations will be lost. So now if you see the configuration 1 is renamed to dev. So why it picked only dev, right? So now here earlier it was configurations 1. Now you see 3 configurations. Now why did it pick dev? So because if you look at this one, it says dev as a default configuration. Now you can go and switch QA as a default configuration, and you can switch production as the default configuration. So this is something that you'll be doing when you're developing the activity, right? When you're developing this job, you can go and create a default configuration set and just click on apply so that your data store will accept that as a default. So though you run your job, without your system configuration, with your data store configurations, it will go and accept that one. So for the source, even I'll do that one. Edit, duplicate configurations, you can right click and rename it. So this is an admin level activity, let me tell you frankly. So administrators will create these configurations, system configurations, and they'll push them into the central repository so that all the remaining users can download that. So even if you look at a single user instance, I just mentioned here only one developer. So this guy can also be, there can also be a possibility to or chances to have an admin, right, in this box, and he will create this one, and they both can have a common central repository, right? So this guy can create these data stores. So if he wants to maintain the secrecy, he don't want to give these credentials to the developer, he can create these data stores and upload them into the central repository, and he can maintain the data store configurations, and then he will ask this guy to get the latest version of these data stores from the central repository. Alright, so I did it for my source as well. So if you just click on advanced, you see 3 configurations, and dev is my default. So let me do it for my SAP data store as well. I click on that, advanced, and go to edit. Make a copy of this configurations, then first one call it as dev, call it as QA, and call it as fraud. Just click on apply and OK, and apply and OK. Now with this I created 3 configurations at each and every data store. One is dev, QA, and prod. Now let us say I'm working on a scenario where I have a table that is present in my development source, but it is not present in my quality source. So how do I do that? Which means it is present in one environment, but that particular table is not present in the other environment. So how do I do that? I go and make it as my default configuration to dev in my source, and on my target I make it as QA, and I run my job, right? So this is how I achieve it. So in my development there is some table XYZ on my source, and it is not present in my QA source. So if I want to pull that development table into my QA environment, so this is how I'm going to do that. So I'll go to my source, I'll keep the default configuration to what? Development, and I go to my target and I keep my default configuration to QA. Then I create a job to pull that particular table, and I will run this job. So this runs with the default configuration dev, and this runs with the default configuration QA, and with this I get to run the data from my development to QA. Now with this we created our system default data store configurations. Now if you want to pull the data from dev to load it into QA, you can keep it to default to dev as yes. So configurations, you can keep this as yes for development, and for this one target you can keep QA as the default one. Right. So this is my data store level configuration. So every time I run my jobs, I can't go and keep changing these things, right? So I want to run it on development environment, I have to set them as default, then run the job. Then I want to go and do it on the QA environment, QA to QA. So I have to set them as default and run the job on production. So every time for every job, so let us say I'm just talking about 3 data stores here, 2 sources and 1 target. So in real-time jobs and projects, you go and see that you'll have almost like 4 to 5 data stores. You'll have intermediate staging data stores, then you have lookup initial and lookup data stores, then you'll have your source and target data stores. So you can go and do all the changes at 6 levels, right? So the next step that we need to know is we need to bind them into one set, so that at the time of executing my job I can go and choose like, okay, this is how I can pick my execution, right? So, or pick my default configuration. So these 3 has the data store level configuration. Now to define the system configuration, go to tools and go for system configuration, and here create 3 configs, right? So first one is system config dev, rename the configuration dev. Then second one, rename the configuration as QA, and this third one, rename the configuration as prod. So this is my system level configuration where I am binding all the developments to one string, right? All the QAs to another string. So that at the time of execution, there's no need for me to go and change at the data store level. I can just select my system default configuration so that it will run on this one. Right, I created my data store level configurations at the data store. I created my system level configurations from tool system configurations. Now, when I execute the job, so I see something different here. So this is not there earlier, right? So this is not there, and now I see this one, and if I leave it to default, I'm not selecting anything here. So whatever the default configurations that are there on the data store level will be active, right? So it is sorry. So this one has development and this one has QA as the default data store configuration. So job will run accordingly. It will pick this one as dev and this one as QA and run it because I haven't chosen any system configuration here. But if I click on this drop down and go for dev, no matter what you give here as a default configuration, that will be overwritten by your system configuration, right? So you get an option to choose this dev, QA and prod from this drop down, and based on that you get to click on OK and you get to execute this job in your development environment or QA environment or your production environment. So this is how I create and maintain my single user instance. I can go and create a single user instance in a small project and not only create and maintain that one, but also I can run my jobs. At the time of execution, I'll go and select my system configuration and say, hey, you run on dev, you run on QA, or you run on prod. But if I want a combination of things, right, so I can keep my default data store configurations, one to dev and another one to QA, and if I don't pick any system configuration here, right, at the time of executing the job, if I don't pick any system configuration, I leave it to default, my data store default level settings will be inactive, sorry, will be active, and they will be used as the default configurations. Right, so just keep this in mind. This is how we create a single user instance with the help of data store and system level configurations. Any questions on this one? A single user instance. So this is especially used for the pilot projects, and based on your experience, you will be deployed in different projects as like the senior consultants, leads, architects, freshers, trainees, testers. Right, it can be anything, but you know, it's always good to know a next level knowledge, right? And always good to know what happens when you become a lead, what happens when you become an architect, what are your roles and responsibilities on data services when you work as a project manager, right, as a solution architect. So these are the different levels that you know, we will look at right from the testers. So who are testers? So somebody who just knows data services basics and they will say what I do, right? I will ask them to run this job, they'll run it. I'll ask them to get this job from the central repository, they'll get it. So they don't know much of it, so we map them as a shadow resource or as a testers. Next one, intermediate level people, I use them as developers, right? A little more knowledgeable guys, senior consultants, I use them as you know, code promotion guys. Or the administrators. This lead consultants and architects, I use them as administrators. So it depends on, you know, what are the different roles that we play in this project, and it's always good to know the next level knowledge on the tool, right? So that you can always, you know, in my current organization, I do a program called a Step Up program where I will always encourage my, you know, all my team members to do the next level activity so that, you know, they are self-motivated and they are ready to get to the next level. So a developer can become a senior developer, a junior guy can become a consultant, a senior developer can become, a lead consultant or senior consultant, whatever it is. So they can always aim at the next step. So, try to learn this tool for your next step as well, so that once you get into the industry and you get some challenging environment where you need to work on a new task, that you will be ready on that one. Okay, so this is our single user instance, and this is how we go and create the data store configurations and system configurations, and we also saw how this multi-user instance will be there. So probably creating a multiple user instance, central repository, talking about all these things, and also knowing like how the developers work on the central repository, how the testers work on the central repository. So all these things will take a couple of days from tomorrow. Tomorrow we have a class, so just keep that in mind. We have an off on Sunday and Monday, Indian people, so it is on Sunday morning and Monday morning. So US people, it is on Saturday night and Sunday night we have an off. Alright, so just keep that in mind. Do not miss the classes. Next two sessions are pretty important, and if you still needs to enroll, so please get enrolled so that we'll have one common link for the rest of the sessions. We'll not have any uninterrupted sessions. We'll have a continuous session going on. So tomorrow and day after tomorrow, or like tomorrow, I'll try to complete how do we set up the central repository, creation of central repository, and how developers uses that. And probably on the next session on Monday night US time and Tuesday morning Indian time, we will see how the remaining or what are the remaining things that we need to look into the central repository concept and how this works. But trust me, people who know central repository has already worked on the projects, right? So it's that quite important. Talk about it in your interviews. You can crack this pretty good, and you have 8 to 10 questions for sure in your certification. So in my previous organization, I trained 40 plus people, the entire junior folks on certification, and it's a rigorous 3 months training that I did for them, and I gave them multiple exams, and out of 40 people, 38 cleared certification. They are certified. One failed because he did not attempt, because he was not doing good, and one did not even apply for the certification. So that's the success rate. So I'll talk about each and everything that is mandatory for your interviews, for your career, and for your certification. So based on your interest, you can pick them. So this is very important topic. Please do not miss that, and try to be on time. We'll start at 6 a.m. IST. So we'll try to start sharp tomorrow so that we will get some more time to talk about this. Probably tomorrow, since it is a weekend, probably we'll try to stretch a class for a bit so that we can cover most of it, right? So any questions in today's session, please let me know. If not, you can reach out to me in tomorrow's session. All right, guys, thanks for your time. Have a good day and good night. We'll catch up tomorrow again. Thank you. So today we will be looking at multi-user instance. So multi-user instance is an environment, especially where we have multiple people. Sandeep, not able to see my screen. Rest of you guys, you are able to see my screen. Please confirm, because all right, thank you. Right. So right, thank you guys. So yesterday we were right. So multi-user instance is an environment, especially when we are working on small and medium enterprises or large enterprises, right? So we will consider these environments, especially we need more number of people to work on the project. So generic requirement, as an architect, we will go and see how many modules that the customer is active in, right? So first one is volume of data. How many TBs the volume of data is present on the source, and then number of sources, right? The modules in which the customer is extended into and their dependencies and the complexity. So based on these simple factors, we can go and look at a project and say, hey, this is a normal project, a simple project where only one user is required, or this is a complex project where multiple people are required. So based on that, we'll go with a multi-user instance, and we will be creating local repositories like LR1, LR2, and LR3 for developer 1, 2, 3, and similarly for testers we can create another local repositories, and production load consultant we can create another local repository. Now we know how to create a local repository. We need to see how to create a central repository. So let's go and write it down on a notepad. First one is how to create a central repository. I don't think like we need to talk about the definition of central repository because we already saw that yesterday. So uploading your code into the central repository and then maintaining the version. So we will see in detail what all we can do while we work with central repository. So before that, we will see how to create a central repository. So this is an admin role. So how to create a central repository. Then the second one is secure and non-secure central repository. So we'll see the differences. So what is secure central repository? What is a non-secure central repository? We'll see the differences, and we will see how a non-secure central repository is functionally different from a secure central repository and how people can use it. So with this, we'll go and proceed like how do I create a secure central repository. Then second thing is how to use a central repository. So which means how a developer can use that. Then once we convert that into a secure or non-secure central repository, we will see how a developer, tester, and an admin can work on the central repository. And also we will list out the differences there. So it's pretty much similar to what we did in local repository. First one is create a database. Then second one is create a central repository using the repository manager. Then third step, register your central repository in the management console, central management console. Fourth step is to go to your designer and configure your central repository. So technically speaking, on a data services designer, we can configure more than one central repository, but we can keep only one central repository as active central repository. We can have more connections, but thing is that only one active central repository will be present. So keep that in mind. Okay, so we can configure more than one central repository in my data services designer. So first step is to create a database. So let us go and log into database 2000 Data 2 and Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. So log into the database and Let me see if I can reuse the database, db_cr. So I have a database. So it's just the same process. You need to go and select the databases, right click and create new database. And here once you give this, you need to give the name db_cr and click on OK. So I'm just trying to avoid creation of multiple databases as this database is increasing exponentially day by day. So I'm just trying to reduce the usage, reuse the existing database. So let us assume that we already created one database, db_cr. Then what is the next step? Next step is to create a central repository using a repository manager. So the navigation for repository manager is start, all programs, data services 4.2, and repository manager. So by now you know the tools that we have in data services. One is designer, the second one is repository manager, then the third one is server manager, and then fourth one is management console. Right, so these are the main major 4 tools that we'll be using. So repository manager, click on that and it will open the repository manager window where we will be selecting the repository type to be central. Earlier we created local, but now we will be creating a central repository. So there is a checkbox. For local you don't have this checkbox for enable security, but for central repository you have this checkbox for enabling security. So we'll enable that a little later so that we'll know the difference between a non-secure and a secure central repository. The database, backend database is SQL Server, so it supports the same databases as local repository, which will be created on top of this one. Then BO41 is my server name and database name is db_cr as I'm reusing that one. Username and password. And again, what you need to follow the same process that we followed for creation of local repository. First step is to get version to make sure that that central repository, that database is not used. Okay, so it says secure central repository is already present because we are trying to reuse this one. So go and click on create. So it will drop and recreate a fresh central repository in the same space, same database space. So once it is created, we'll go and see get version and it will say non-secure central repository is created because it is not enabled with security. Central repository was created successfully. Now go and click on get version and it says non-secure central repository is created. As we'll close this one and go to the next step, register that in your management console, central management console. So navigation for that is what? Start, all programs, business intelligence and BI platform 4, and here you will find the central management console. Click on that and give the password. So we already logged into this tool when we created local repository. Okay. One second. What is wrong with this? Just give me a second. Just give me a few seconds. If it is not working on the system, we can connect to another system and we can do it. Just give me a second. Alright, so we'll see that on another system. That system has some technical issues. So I have a database db_cr, and I'll go and create the repository, central repository, using repository manager. Then the server name, this one is different, BOIDS, this is a different server. Then database name is db_cr, username and password, and just go and click on create. It's already available. I'm trying to reuse the same database, so it will drop and recreate that one. And as we've seen earlier, once it is done, it will go and create a non-secure central repository. So once it is done, we will go and log into BI platform, and we'll go to Central Management Console. So now if you just click on C, get version, right, this is a non-secure central repository. So just close that and go to this one, Central Management Console. Login, right, and here we find the data services on the bottom, or you can scroll to this image here and you can click on that. So once you click on that, you will find a place where all the repositories are registered. Go and click on configure a new data services repository. Repository name cr_dev, and you can give development central repository, and database type is Microsoft SQL Server, and the database server name is BOIDS. The port, you leave it as default, db_cr, and username, password, and just click on test connection to see if everything is communicated, right, and click on save. So if you, okay, 1, 2, 3, the name is already present, so it is not taking that name, so we gave the new name, right, so it's cr_dev, and if you see next to it, the type of the central repository, it says it is a non-secure central repository that is present in the system, right, so we'll go and see a non-secure central repository. So one step that we are not doing here when we are creating the central repositories, when compared to local repositories, we are not going and adding it to a job server, because we will not be executing, or we cannot execute any jobs from the central repository, so we are not tagging it to the job server. So first step is create a database. Second step is create a central repository using a repo manager. Then third step is register that in the central management console. So I just mentioned management console because it depends on the version that you are working on. If it is 3.x, so you'll be registering that in data services management console. If it is 4.x, you'll be registering that in central management console. Fourth step, do not think about the job server, because we'll not be creating any job server here or adding a central repository to the job server, because we'll not be able to execute any jobs from the central repository. So fifth step is log in to designer, the fourth step, and config the central repository. Alright, so now we are on the last step here. Go to the data services designer. So I'll just pick LR2. Okay, alright. We have at least one job so that we can work on the central repository. Okay, now okay, we can go and create that. Now if you look at this one, this icon here, it is grayed out, which is central object library. So since your data services designer is not configured with central object library, it is grayed out. Now let me just log into some other repository which has jobs in it so that we can look at all the functionalities of central repository without creating the new jobs. We'll try to utilize the existing jobs. Alright, so I have all the data stores here and I have all the jobs, so I can look at the central repository here by configuring or utilizing these jobs. So to configure your central repository, go to the tools, central repository, and just delete this. As I told you, you can configure more than one central repository. So in the initial screen, you'll see something like this. When you go to tools and central repositories, it will be blank. So you need to add a central repository here. So just click on add and give the username and password, and just click on login, and you will see the central repository that we just created. So just click on OK, and before you click on OK, if you see, all of them have a lock symbol, which means that they are secure, and this is a non-secure central repository. We'll see how do we convert this into a secure central repository. So select the central repository, click on OK, and then give the password, database password, and click on OK, and now you see the central repository added here, and then select that and click on activate, and once you click on activate, you will see it activated here. So if you click on this icon, right, so you see something pretty much similar to your local repository. So you have the projects tab, you have the jobs tab, you have workflow, data flow, transformations, data stores, formats, and functions, right? So you have each and everything pretty much similar to your local repository, right? So this is my central repository, and you know, the main difference between my local and central is local to you, and central is the one that is commonly accessible by all the remaining people. So keep this in mind. So we created a central repository as of now, but this is a non-secure central repository. Okay, now let us go and see how do I utilize this non-secure central repository, and later we will convert that into a secure central repository. So how do I convert it into a secure central repository? What are the different steps, and where else it will be activated when I convert that into a secure central repository. We'll see that in a bit. But now let us see, since we configured our central repository to designer, so let us see how do we use it. So how do we use a central repository? So now it is active. I just pinned it to my right hand side window. Right. Now let us start with the data stores. So in the beginning of the project, what administrator will do is administrator will create a data stores, right? Even before that, we should get when you are creating a data store, we should get username and password to connect to our source and target systems, right? So I should get my username and password. But the problem is when in the beginning of the project, the customer will call one person. It can be your manager or lead or an architect or administrator from your organization, and he will ask you to sign a non-data disclosure agreement, which is called as NDA or NDDA, non-data disclosure agreement, and then only they will get the required permissions on the source and target systems. So read access on the source and read and write access on the target systems. So not all people in a project will be going and signing that one, unless and until you just have 3 people and the customer is okay with that. You will ask 3 people to sign the NDA for him. But if there are, like, let us say 30 people in a project, 40 people in a project, right? So not everyone will go and sign that NDA and give it to the customer. So what he will do is he'll call the administrator or the architect and he will ask them to sign the NDA for him, and then he will give some application forms which the admin or architect needs to fill, and once done they will get an read access to the source databases and read and write access to the target databases and read and write access to the intermediate staging databases. So once they get all these things, they will go and create these data stores in their local repository, and then they will add these data stores into the central repository. So this guy will create the data stores here, and we will try to add these data stores into my central repository so that everybody can download these data stores and start working on it. So once it does that, everybody so developer 1, if he needs these data stores, he can download them into his local system and he can start working on it. And so is the case with user 2, user 3, user 4, and so on. Right? Everybody can utilize the same username and password given by the admin, but still for them the password will be encrypted. So they can get the latest version of the central repository data store from the central repository, but for them the password will be encrypted. They will not know the password. So how will this admin add this central repository? First step is how admin adds, what are the different steps, then how developers get the latest version, so how the developer or a tester get the latest version of the code or of the object in the central repository, and again, if there are changes, how do we maintain versions? So we'll look into that one. So we will see how we maintain the different versions, then we will see how do we maintain the labels, right? And what is the different ways in which we can add the data into the central repository and retrieve the data from the central repository. So it's all about how do we add, right? And how do we retrieve. And initially I added something, there is some change in the code, there is a defect, I fixed, then I need to add that code back to the central repository. So if I add, will it overwrite my existing or it creates it as a different version. So we'll see all these details, end to end in this one. Now, let us go and start with admin activities. So how do I add my data stores into my central repository? So as of now, the central repository data store tab is empty. So first, if I select my object, so any object in your data services designer, it can be your project or it can be your job. You select that, right click, and you get an option, add to central repository, with 3 sub options, right? So let it be your data flow, add to central repository, and then let's start with data source. So when I select a data store and go for add to central repository, so it will ask me for 3 different options: objects, objects independent with filter. So what is an object? What is an object independent, and what is a filter? So when I select a particular object, it can be my job, workflow, data flow, right? Anything. So when I say only object, only that particular object will be added. So when I select this data store, this DS source, my dependent objects are my tables. So these tables will not be added to my central repository. Only the data store will be added to the central repository. So we'll see that difference now. So add to central repository object, and once you add anything to the central repository, it will ask you for comments, so where you need to give the author name, then you need to give some description. I'll show you where it will be useful. Initial load of data store to the central repository with objects. Only with the object. So I'm just giving the description and click on continue, and once it is done, you go to your central repository, and in the data store tab you see the data store, and you try to expand these tables and see if there are any tables. No, you did not add any tables because you added only the object. Right, second one is my target data store. I will add with dependents too. Right, or let me add this one with dependents. The third one I can use with filters. So select the data store, and if a data store is already added to the central repository, right, DS source is already added. So if you right click, so this add to central repository option is grayed out. So we will see how we will do the modifications in that case a little later. But let us complete the different options that are present here. So now if I want to add DSSAP data store with objects and dependents, so apply comments to all the objects. So objects and it dependent objects as well. Because we are adding with dependents, this one is active. And adding data store with dependents. Click on continue. Now it is added. Go back to your central repository, open your DSSAP data store and expand, and you'll see Mara, Marcy and Marty, the 3 tables that we have here. So what are the dependents? Whatever the dependents you have, functions or IDOCs, so all these things will be added to your central repository. So that is objects and dependents. The third one is with filter. So you want to add all the tables, but you don't want some of the tables to be present on your target system because you created them for some test purposes. Sorry, just give me a second. So especially when you are working on projects, right, not all the time you'll be sure shot about your answers, right? So if you use this logic in the transformation, you'll not be always sure that it gives you a right output. So what you need to do is you need to look at that some sample data and then understand that, okay, this is how it is working right now. So if I fine tune this further, it will work in a better way. So this is how you will be doing a development generally. You will be creating some sample database tables. But now when you add that to the central repository, you don't want it to be added, right? So you will add this object to central repository, but you will add up with filters. Now when I say filters, it will show me all the objects list that is present here, my tables and my data store, and it says that these objects are not present in the central repository, they do not exist, and if you want to create, you can go and create. So this one, I want to keep it to create because I want to have it, but let us say ADF Mara, for just quick reference, I want to exclude that one and keep all the remaining things. Right, so all the tables I'm keeping them, just excluding ADF Mara, and just click on next and click on next and give apply comments to all and say author Samuel or Rakesh, and then add it with click on continue. So once it is added, you go to your data store, expand the tables, and you'll not see the first table that we just skipped because we filtered it out. So this table is filtered out, so you don't have that, and you have the rest of the tables added to the central repository. So now you must understand, like, this is how I move my code from dev to QA. I upload all the code into my dev central repository. The code promotion guy gets the latest from dev to his local, and from here he will upload that into the QA, and the testers will get the latest version. So whatever the version I have, the same version of the code will be present here. Now this is how we add objects into the central repository, right? So now let's go back to the first one. I added only the objects, but I did not add my dependents. Now I want to add my dependents, which is I want to add my changes to my central repository initially. So let us say initially when I created this data store, there are no dependent tables, and I added that to my central repository. Now there are some dependent objects. Right now I want to add these changes. These are my changes, right? So I want to add these changes to my central repository. And how do I do that? So if I want to add these things, right? So I cannot add it directly to my central repository because it is grayed out. So I just see a new option here. So let me cross check this one. So it says an object add to central repository test, and click on continue. Yes, you can select the object and directly add it. So this is one option. And the second option that we have here is, since you cannot add the data store to the central repository, so you know the mechanism. If you've ever worked on tools like HPQC, so there is a check-in and check-out process. So first you need to check out on the tool. So these tools are used like HPQC, Solman, right? All these tools are used to maintain different versions of the documents. So if you already added a document into this HPQC or Solman tools, so first we need to go into that tool and check out, do the changes on the document, and check in, right? So this is the process. Check out in the tool, do changes on job or object. Then third one is check in back to tool. So a data services central repository also has a similar approach. First you need to go and do a checkout, then go and do changes on the code, and then go and do a check-in from the tool so that these changes will be added. Now when I do a checkout, there are multiple options that are seen here. So one is object, so you know object and dependence, right? So these two because we added these objects that way into the central repository. When I do check out an object, only my object will be checked out, right? So let us go and see which has a dependence. I checked out my object. So none of my dependents are checked out, only my object is checked out. So I can do an undo checkout for the same object. And next one, when I do a checkout with objects and dependents, so all my tables under this object or all my dependent objects will be checked out, right? So if you go and look at my local repository, all my dependent objects will be checked out. So in this way I am trying to engage my central repository object, my local repository object, because if I do some changes here, these changes will get reflected in my central repository once I do an check-in, right? So please let me know if I am confusing you, because this is pretty important thing, and I'm trying to I'll repeat this again and again. If you have any questions on this, please let me know. Please stop me in between if you have any questions. So by doing a checkout, I am engaging my local object with my central object, right? So I'm trying to engage these two so that whenever I do some changes on this local, and once I do a check-in, so it will get reflected in my central. So this is the process. I do a checkout at the tool level, then I do a changes in my local, and then I do a check-in at the tool level, back in the tool level, so that my changes will be added back to the central repository. Okay, let us do this one and cross-check. So if I am doing a check-in or undo checkout with objects independence, I'll tell you a bit later why we have undo checkout. So let us go and look at this option. Now if you see my central, there are no dependent objects, no tables in my central, only one. The second one, promotion lookup, is not there. I need to add this. So select this one, do a checkout with objects and dependents. Right? So now right click, check in with objects and dependents, and now you see this promotion lookup. This is a new object that is being added to the central repository. Right? Just click on yes, adding the dependents to central repository, continue, and now you see this table is now added to the central repository. Right? So this is what we do. So if you further go and look at this checkout mechanism, so it says objects, objects and dependents, right? We know that, and we also know what is with filtering. We don't know something about what is without replacement and without replacement. So it is objects, objects without replacement, objects and dependents without replacement. So the general mechanism that happens is when you do a checkout from your central repository to your local repository, what are the changes that are there in your, or the latest version of the code in your central repository overrides your local repository. So let us go and do that with a job. So anyone has a question?
Hey Rakesh.
Hey Jafar.
I have one quick question. When we check out, right, and there is one option is undo checkout. So that's mean if we have in our local repository, right? So if someone make changes, so if you undo the checkout, so what will happen? It will remove from the local repository, because this is first time I'm looking at this one.
Okay, so when I do a checkout, when I do a checkout, right, so objects and dependents, I am just locking this object with my local repository from where I am configured.
Okay. So now
so
you
that
check out.
nobody,
right? So your checkout, right? So it's showing in our local repository.
Yeah.
And from the center, from the central object library, if we undo checkout, so it will take out from the local repository all the folders, everything?
No. I'll explain you. I'll clarify on this. I got your question. So now there are user 1, user 2, user 3 working on this project, and let us say this guy out the data store, right, or a particular job in the central repository. Now these two people will go and log into the same central repository and see the message saying that user 1 checked out this object, and unless this guy checks in back or undo checkout, So these two people cannot modify this one, right? They can get the latest version from the central repository, but if they want to overwrite it, they cannot because it is already engaged by this local repository one. The reason why we need this is initially when admin adds these data stores into the central repository, he will keep them checked out because these guys can anyways get the latest version though it is checked out. You can go and right click and get the latest version of the code into their local repositories and start working on that. To avoid somebody overwriting, because on a general human psychology, right? So let us say this guy is a junior level and this guy is a fresher. So when I give them the data stores, so they will, sorry. So when I give them the data stores, they'll have a curiosity to know the passwords or something like that, right? So it is general curiosity that will go in the initial days of our career, right? So I'll try to, open my local repository, right? And I get the latest version from my central. I have this data stored in my local. Now I'll go and click on edit and I'll try to see what are the different passwords or what are the different options that I have, right? I'll go and keep changing that. And if I do something like that, and if I just add it back to the central repository, right? So I am adding a wrong credentials data store to the central repository, and in future if anybody uses that or if it goes to the QA system, then that is a bad data store. So to avoid such kind of things, if you want your work to be locked, right? So if you want your objects to be locked so that nobody else can go and access that one, so it will be locked by you, right? So no one else can go and override these things. So if they want to override or if they try to override, it will throw an error message saying that this object is locked by user 1. So please get it unlocked by user 1 so that you can go and override this one. And this guy, user 1, will ask user 2, what is the reason that you want to overwrite my object? So if it is genuine, he can go and undo checkout, right? And if it is not genuine, so you can say, hey, you are trying to do something wrong, so please stop it there. You don't overwrite the data stores or don't overwrite my objects, rather than you go and create a new object yourself, right? And add it back to the central repository. So this is the reason why we have a checkout and undo checkout. Is that clear, Zafar?
Yes, I think I got the answer, but the little confusion I was thinking, so who will do the undo checkout? Because if I'm a developer, I check out already and I screwed up. So if I forgot, right? So as an admin, someone, because I know,
so let us say,
sometimes it happened, right? As a junior developer.
I got your point. So now this guy had a wrong password, right? And he already checked it into the central repository, he already screwed it up. Right now, what an admin can do is, an admin can go and delete this one because admin will have full privileges on the central repository and again add back his code to the central repository. He can do that activity.
Okay, so this is the one reason, right? So for example, if someone changed the password or something, what about the work? For example, if it's some jobs and he modified, right? So when he was checking out, undo the checking out, right? So it will remove all the changes he made, or so he can also look at this one. So there are something like, for example, if he was working on one job, he made some stuff there, right? So he did only few mistakes, right? So we can see that one as well before they undo the checkout, because his work will right up, right? So we don't.
I got your entire questions, Zafar. So the thing is that you're talking about the entire things that we are going to see forward, right, in this one.
Yes.
So we just saw about checkout and undo checkout. So there are different options. So the answer to your questions, I believe, we'll be talking about them in a bit, right? So let me complete this one, and if you still feel that if I did not answer some of your questions, please let me know. We'll talk about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. So now, we saw something like checkout objects and objects independence, objects without replacement and objects independence without replacement. The reason why we have this one is if I do a checkout with object and object independent, whatever I have in my central repository will overwrite my content in my local repository. I'll show you some examples there. And that is the reason why we have without replacement, because this is a human error, right? Again, that is a human error. The reason why is if my job goes to testing, I'm talking on a real-time scenario. So this account payable is in testing and there is a defect and this guy raises a defect. So the general process that you need to do is go to your tool, right? Check out your job, then go to your local repository, do the changes, and then go to your tool and check in your job. But the human error, what you'll do, you'll be so curious, like, I did it perfect. Why did this guy find a fault in that? Let me go and check in my job. So I'll run to my job, right? That is a human tendency. I'll run to my job and I will go and see, this is the one. Let me go and fix it. I'll fix this one. And then now I'll see, because it is already there in my repository, I cannot select and right click and because it is already there. Now, if I go and do a checkout from my central repository, it will overwrite my content in my local repository. Got it? So when I, this is what I told you. So if I do a checkout with objects and dependents on my local repository, it will overwrite the content on my local repository. Whatever I don't have in my local repository or whatever I have in my local repository, the changes that are done, it will be overwritten with something that is there in the central repository. That I don't want that to happen. So that is the reason why we have these two options, objects and dependents and objects without replacement, right? So it will just engage my central and local repository, but it will not go and delete some stuff or overwrite some stuff in my local. It will just engage. So that is the reason why this objects and dependents without replacement is there. So if it is not without replacement, then it is with replacement. So when you do a checkout, it will go and do a replacement of object or replacement of objects and dependents within my local repository. So let me add a job for you and show it. So this, I'm trying conditions, scripts, and add to central repository. I'm adding objects and dependents. So all these objects are already there in the data store. Right, I already added these data stores into the central repository. So it will not re-add the objects that are there. It will say they are like already present. You want to continue, click on yes. And adding the job, condition, scripts, and global variables central repository with dependents. Continue. Now if you go to the jobs tab, expand the bad job, you'll have this one, right? So now let us say I somehow lost this job from my local repository, right? I lost it. Or let's say my local repository is deleted, right? I want to get this job, or I don't have a job. I don't have this job in my local repository. I'm a code promotion consultant. So how do I get this job into my local repository? Or this, why I developed this one, but this guy wants to refer to this job and build something else. So how do I get this one into his local repository, right? Because this is a local repository which will not have. So the possibilities, corruption of local repository, or your local repository gets corrupted, your jobs are lost, or you don't have that job and you want to get that into your local repository. Or the third one is a code promotion guy wants to get the latest version of that job and load it into the QA environment. So these are the three different scenarios where we might need to do this activity. So select your job in the central object library, your central repository, and do get latest version with objects and dependents. So when I do that, I'll see my job back in my this thing. So it is added back to my data services designer. Alright, so this is how you get the latest version. Now let us go and look at the options that we saw completely about checkout. Right, so when I say Marcy data flow, so let us think that this is my business requirement to add one more data flow to the Marcy conditional something. So I'm just adding one more data flow here. Now this is my business requirement. So, as I told you with my human error, I just went ahead and first changed my job without doing a checkout activity. Or let me show it this way. One second. Alright, so this is my requirement. So the general process that you need to do is to add an additional changes to the existing job which is already present in the central repository. So what you need to do is the general process. You need to go and do a checkout with objects and dependents, which means the latest version of this job will override the latest version of my job in my local repository. Once the checkout is done, you'll see a check mark on this one. Now I open my job, do the changes. I'm just telling you the general process, right? Do the changes and save it in my local repository. Then go and do check-in with objects and dependents. Click on yes. Add 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm just giving some comment here. Now it says check-in is completed. Just to cross-check that one, you go to your data flows and see an additional data flow is added. Right? So this one, df date gen is added because that is what we added in the Marcy conditional, which means your changes in the local repository is added, right? So let us say my human error without doing the checkout and check-in process, right? I went ahead into my job and I added my changes. I added my changes to my job, and now if I go and do a checkout, I'll show you with objects and dependents. What will happen when I do a checkout? It overrides my local repository. So whatever the changes that I've done should be lost. So let us go back to this job and go to the condition Marcy. So all the changes that I've done are lost because it does a checkout. It overrides my content in my local repository. So undo checkout. So though if I did a human error process, if I want to save my job, if I want to keep my changes in place, alright, so I'll save this. Now if I do a checkout, my changes will be gone, but if I do a checkout without replacement, objects and dependents without replacement, my changes will be there still in my job. It will not be overwritten because I did without replacement. Right, so my changes are already present on, they're still there. So now to add these changes back to the central repository, I can do a check-in with objects and dependents and click on continue the change request 1, 2, 3, 4. Now if you go back to the data stores tab and see, now we have all these data stores, whatever we added. So DF Datagen is already added, so these two are newly added things. So these two are present. So this is how you do a check-in and check-out. So I don't say that you should understand it as I teach you, but definitely a lot of practice is required on this one to make sure that you register all these different steps in your mind. So it takes a bit of time, but yeah, it is something mandatory that you should learn to talk meaningful things in your interview or to do a meaningful activity in your projects. So we saw this checkout, then all the options in checkout, and once we do this, we already saw check-in and all the options in check-in, when we also saw undo checkout. And we also know about get latest version. So when I don't have the job in this thing, so I can go and get what? Get latest version with, if I just want only the data store, I can get only the object. If I want data store and tables, I can go with objects and dependents. I don't want all the tables, but I want some, so I can go with filtering. Okay, so are you clear on these options? Like search, you can go and just search table name. If this table has something called as authors, the same search option that we have on our local repository. So you can just click on search, right? It will give you the total number of objects that are present in your central repository with the name authors, right? So it is just a normal search option. But let me know if you are clear till here, right? Check out. I just will take you to all these things, then check in, undo checkout, get latest version. If you are clear, then I will proceed with the remaining. If you have any doubts on this, I'll answer these things. Yes, Zafar.
Hey Rakesh, it's okay. I'm understanding everything, but I have one question. When you are check out with dependent, so it doesn't show you any warning. Like for example, it should show you something, right? Check and dependent, right? So if
it will not show any warning because the basic assumption is when I'm adding this object into the central repository, right? Initially, I only added this to the central repository, so is the reason it is present in the central repository. When I do a checkout, the understanding it is the same object is present in my local repository, so it will overwrite to make sure that both are in sync, and you go and do the changes in your local and do a check-in so that you upload the changes back to the central repository. So that is the system level understanding, right? So because that is the process, you need to go and do a checkout, then do the changes, and then check in. But the human error, we always go and do the changes first. So to save that one as well, we have this options like with objects and dependents.
Yeah, I know. I understand everything. It's very straightforward. We do every time in the other projects. We have different systems, right? But I was just asking, like, for example, if you make some, essentially you did that one, right? So it remove all your local repository. So we don't have any backup, like we can mistakenly make the problem, right? So we can roll back.
Yeah, we can go and restore to the previous version. I'll show you how. Okay. Right. We'll talk about that. So Jafar, you're like asking me the next questions on this one that we are going to discuss. So I'll show you this thing. So the next one is get by label. So before
Okay,
get
sorry
by
about
label,
that.
no. I really appreciate your interest on this one.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next one we have get by label and label latest version. So first we need to label a version, and then we can get by that label. So let us say I edit my, okay, let me do an undo checkout first. All right, so now my default configurations, right? I'm just giving some rough examples here. So I keep this default to yes, and in central repositories default to QA, right? That's the difference in the data store. Now what I will do is I will label the latest version in the central repository with its objects and dependents as QA, because that is the default setting there. Okay. Now I will check out objects and dependents without replacement, because I already done changes in my local repository. And if you want to cross check in my local repository, my default settings are, configuration settings are for dev, and I will check in that with objects and dependents, apply changes, changes in config, continue, right? And now I will go and label the latest version with objects and dependents as dev. Okay, right? I have two different labels, as I believe I created here. I have two different labels. One is dev and the other one is QA. Now if you look at the data store here, the default setting it is having here is dev. So now if I do a get by label with objects and dependents and call it a QA label, so it will go and overwrite my QA this thing in my local repository. Right, so you see this one, this is now overwritten with my previous version. So Jafar, the answer to your question. So if I maintain different versions in my central repository, and by doing some checkout, I know I screwed up something in my local, I want to go back to the previous version in my central repository, I can always have a label on that one. Or you can go by version also, I'll show you that one. So now this is how I get by label. So now it is QA. Let me go and do get by label with objects and dependents, and I call it as dev. Go to advanced, and it has the dev credentials now. So I can label my objects in my central repository, and I can get them by label or by version. So I'll show you how I can do that by version. So if you select an object and click on show history, it will tell you all the changes that we have done on this object from first step. So first step is added this object into the central repository with initial load. So if you want to get this version, right, so you can go and click on get by version, the first version that we added to the central repository. So Jafar, one more thing, you can go and do this one, and this will overwrite everything in my local repository and set it back to my first step. The second one is I labeled it, then I did changes in my local and uploaded that, and I added this one. Now for this one I have both version and label, right? And for this I have both version and label because this is the latest version, and also it has the label dev. So if I want to get by anything, I want to get by label or get by version, I can do this. Or if I want to see the differences between these two labels, I can click on show differences, and it will open this window where I can see this differences in red. So if it is a table level, we can see that properly, but since this is a config level, which is a back-end process, so you'll not be able to see that. So if you delete some objects, add some objects in your central repository, so you can easily identify the differences by this legend here. So all the newly changed ones will be with blue color, inserted ones will be with green, consolidated one with brown, and deleted with red. Right, so you see the legend here. So it's only two changes. It's captured, true and false, right? So same things are shown here. So it is false and true. Now it is converted to true and false. So this is the configuration that we have done here. So we are changing that, right? So initially we kept it from true to false and false to true, and yes to no and no to yes. So that is the change that it is identified. So this is how you see the differences between two different versions. So you can see the entire history of an object by looking at the history, show history in the central repository. Right? You can go back to the first version, you can go by a label and a version, you can go by. So when you don't have a label, you'll have only get by version activated, and you'll see all the descriptions that we gave here, right? So changes in the configuration, initial load with the data store. And also if you look at the job here and look at the history, so adding the job, condition scripts and global variables with dependents, then next one is add 1, 2, 3, 4, then change request 1, 2, 1, 3, 4. So whatever you give a comment, right, so that should be meaningful, should not be like this, because somebody after you who looks at this jobs should understand the entire history of the job. So what is the first version that he added, so what is the next version, and what are the changes that he has done. So he can go into his local repository, look at the history, so he can take the first version of the job, analyze this one, and then go and take the second version of the job and analyze that one, and then go and take the third version and analyze what are the changes that are done. So we should also mention the proper naming conventions and proper annotations on the code, and also a proper comments on the central repository, especially when we add this one. Alright, so are we clear with till here? Right? Show history, get by label, and label the latest version of the code. So this will label whatever it is there, the final version. We can go and label that and do further changes and add another labels to that one. Okay. So the next option that we have is delete. So since it is a non-secure central repository, everybody will have an option to delete. So anybody can go and delete objects in this job, but you know, the thing is that if you want to delete something, it will go and ask, right, sorry, it did not ask, but on the data store level, if you want to delete something, it will ask you if you want to delete it dependent objects as well. So first all the dependent objects will be deleted, and then only the main object can be deleted. So it will ask you for these dependencies, but let me cross check if this is the same case. Yeah, the target data store cannot be deleted because it contains at least one child object, which is nothing but your dependent table. So all these things has to be deleted first, then only your parent object can be deleted. Right? So this is a delete option, but since it is a non-secure central repository, everybody has an option to go ahead and delete this one. Right, so next one is compare. Compare that object to your local object library. So now this job is there. We've recently added this one just now. So if I go and delete some things here, right, save it. Now I want to compare my object with dependence to my local repository from central. It will highlight the differences. So which data flows are added, which data flows are deleted, right? So it will show you a detail level difference on that one. Right, so the reason why we have this compare option here is like, so you can go and see this one, the legend here. You can just click on that and it will show you what is deleted and what is changed, right? So the main thing that I'm trying to say here is, over a period of time, you'll do so many changes on your local repository, and you'll not be sure like if your central is in sync with local repository. So to identify where you stand on your local and compare that with your central repository, you do a comparison between your local and central repository. Or if you want to do that with other repositories, you can go with these options here where you need to log in with their repository specific username and password. Or if you want to do a quick comparison with the objects in your local repository, you can do with objects and dependence to your local repository. And the last option that you have is refresh central object library. So this will just refresh the page. And the reason why we have this one is, we can have all these things on a real-time project in a cluster environment. Job server is installed on one machine, database is installed on another machine, the front-end GUI is installed on some other machine. So sometimes the connections must be down. So if you want to make sure that everything is up and running, so you can just go and do a refresh to make sure that whatever is there on the back-end database is shown here. It will just refresh the connections. So these are the different options that you have on a central repository. One is your checkout with objects, objects and dependents, objects without replacement, objects and dependents without replacement, and with filter. Then in check-in you'll have objects, objects and dependents, and with filter. Then you have an undo checkout option. Then you have a get latest version. So if you keep on adding multiple objects, you can get the latest version of that into the central repository. Or if you want to get the previous version, you can go and click on show history and get the previous version of the objects into the central into your local repository. Also, you can label an object in the central repository. So if I added my development configuration job into the central repository, so I'll keep it specific to dev, so I can go and label latest version in my central repository and call it as dev. And I can go and label I can do the changes in my local, add it back to the central, and again label it with QA and then with prod. So if I go and look at my labels, I'll have 3 labels of my jobs in my central repository where I will have dev, QA, and prod label. So I can go to different environments and I can get the code that I need. If I'm in dev, I'll get the dev code. If I'm in QA, I'll get the QA code. Or if I'm in prod, I can get my production code. So this is how I maintain labels and versions in my central repository. I can go and delete because it is a non-secure. I can compare and refresh. So any questions on this one? Jaffer, are there any questions left on the central repository that you have and I did not answer?
Yeah, just one question. When you're comparing, we can move the object from local to central and central to local. If we are comparing here, like on this window, for example, it's showing on local that we have deleted this as a legend shows, right? So if I want to put it back to the central, so I can move it.
Yeah, we can do that because now this is my local window. Right, local, I have deleted all these things, but they are present in my central. So if I want to put them back in my local, all I can do is like checkout with objects and dependents. It will overwrite my local with the content in my central. and once it is done, if I do a comparison, then it should not show any differences because I overwrited my local with my central. So undo checkout with objects and dependents, click on yes, and now if I go and do a comparison with objects and dependents, it should not show any differences because now you don't see any deletes here, right? You only see the changes, so you don't see any.
So these two windows, when showing local and central, it just display, right? But you cannot do from this window just drag and drop.
From this window, it is just a comparison. No.
Oh, you cannot drag and drop, right?
No, this is only for comparison.
Okay, thank you.
Let me try it out because even I haven't done that before. I'm taught in that process. So no, I don't have an option to drag and drop it here. Right. So this is just to compare what you have in your local and what you have in your central. So the legend is shown in this bar. So these are the differences. Now both local and central are pretty much same. Now that's the reason why it is overwritten. So any more questions on this one? Sandeep, Bhargav, Venkatesh. Alright, so let me know if I can proceed with the secure central repository. I would like to complete this one today. If it is okay with you, if I'm not overloading you for one day, I can go ahead and complete the secure central repository as well. But if you want me to stop it here, I can.
I think it's up to you. If you want to continue, that will be okay. Ask the other.
Yeah, I'm checking with the others, therefore, yeah. So guys, let me know if you can proceed or you want me to stop here.
And I have one more question. Like, do you have something like we can do some exercise, like an assignment or something to practice? Because I got the server access. So
we don't have any specific assignments, but whatever we discuss, whatever we discuss in the class. So I'm not sure like if this database adventure works or not when it is added. One thing I can do is I can zip this folder, source flat files, and I can send it to your email ID so that you can
especially that, right? Which you explained for the central repository and all those things.
Yeah, this one I'll be sharing once this topic is done. I'll just share this page with you.
Yeah. So this is basically for the admin role, right? Not for the architecture, right?
So this is a company. So if the designing of this thing is an architecture role. Like he decides on how many people are required for this and what are the different environments and all those things. And admin will go and create this one. He'll create the configurations or connections between the central and local repositories within an environment and cross-environment connections. So all these things will be done by
the it's typically the same thing when we do regular work in our company, right? So we have SAP, QA, all these things.
Same landscape, same SDLC, but the thing is that it's a bit tuned to data migration specifications, right? It is specific to data migration when you say data services.
Okay.
All right, so I'll go and Zafar, sorry.
No, that's fine. No, I'm just okay. That's fine.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just continue with the second topic, like how do I create a secure central repository? So now we know how to use a central repository. Now how to create a secure central repository. Again, this is an admin role, right? How to create a secure central repository and limit authorization. So this guy only has developer access, this guy only has tester access, this guy has complete access because he is an admin group member. So how do I set up all those things? So we will see that in a secure central repository. So to create a secure central repository, the first step that I need to do is go and upgrade my central repository to a secure central repository. So I need to do that checkbox thing on my repository manager and upgrade that one and re-register that in the central management console, and then go to data services management console. So this here you will see the central repository only if it's a secure central repository. So keep that in mind. So only once you upgrade the repository to a secure central repository, then only you will be able to see this here. So in the data services management console, you have something called as users and groups. Under your secure central repository, so there you can define the level of access for each person. So this guy can be an admin or it can be a tester. Right, so then we will config the secure central repository and see the differences between secure central repository and a non-secure central repository. So first step that I need to do is like upgrade it to my secure central repository. So go to the navigation, start, all programs, data services 4.2 and repository manager. So just give the same old credentials that you gave here. So Microsoft SQL Server, Vivo IDES and DB_CR is my database. Just click on get version. It says a non-secure central repository is present. Now select enable security. Now don't go and click on create again, right? So you need to upgrade, because the reason why you should not click on create is if you click on create, it will drop and recreate the entire stuff, which means all the objects that you have in the central repository or that you added in the central repository will be gone. So you need to make sure that you click on upgrade, and this gets upgraded to a secure central repository. Now get the version, and it says the secure central repository version 14.2 is present. So first step done. Second step, go to your central management console and re-register that. Right, so go to your data services, and type of central repository we saw it is like non-secure central repository, dev cr dev 1234. So just when I say re-register, you just need to give the username and password one more time, test the connection and save it, and automatically it will be connected to a secure central repository. Okay. Now go to your data services management console. Data services management console. The navigation for that is start, all programs, data services 4.2, data services management console. Or you can go to your data services designer, close all the windows and show start page. And here you have an option to connect to data services management console, or you can go to tools and from here you can connect to data services management console. So any option will take you to the same web page. So once you key in the username and password, go to the administrator. Alright, so we have another session to talk about each and every option that we have here. So if you look at this, once our transformations are done, then we have management console, data services management console, and central management console. So we have separate sessions to talk in each and every option that we have. So don't think that I'm just skipping it right now. So So we'll talk about these things a little later, because as I told you in the beginning, this will be a scenario based. So by the time we complete all the scenarios, we'll be completing the entire tool. Alright, so let's go with the administrator. So this is an admin tool option that we have. So once you click on that, it will show the different admin activities in that window. So in this system, it's a bit slow, so that's the reason why we were looking at the other server 88820. Now if you expand the central repositories under the administrator, you will see our newly added repositories. So though there are so many central repositories that are present here, so none of the non-secure central repositories are displayed there. Only the secure central repositories are displayed there. Right, so if you go and expand this one, you'll have something called as users and groups. So click on that one. Right, so you have two tabs called groups and users, and if you go to groups, there will be a default admin group called as a DI group. So if anybody is a part of this group, so by default they will get a complete privilege on the central repository. So next one, so first let me go and create the groups. So first one, add a group. I'll call this as admins. Admin, and click on apply. I'm not adding any members here, I just created a group here, admin. Then go and create a group called as testers. So I'll tell you why I haven't created something called as developers. Now go to the users tab and you have to add the users. From where you will add them? If you go to the Central Management Console homepage, you have something called as users and groups. You'll see this in this drop down. So if you go and look at the users, so we create a user here, right? This is the window where we go and create the users, and this users, once we create a user, we will set a different level authorizations to this guy, right? So so let me search for Rakesh here. So Rakesh ID is here, and if I go for the member of groups or user security, so I make him a member of administrators, then a member of which group, then profile values, account manager, right? So I can keep his password that it will never expire, right? I can set all these properties to this user. So this is how I create and add him to different groups so that he will have that level of authentication on the system. Alright, so now I can call these users from this window. Oops. I just need 2 to 3 users, so I'm just searching for them. Right, I have this and I have the administrator. So I can use these 3. So I'm calling these 3 users from here to here, from Central Management Console to Data Services Management Console. So click on Add. So click on the drop down and type Rakesh, and you can keep him as a member of tester group, and you can remove the admin group here. You can just keep him as a member of tester group and click on apply. Now add one more user. manual, and I'm keeping him as an active, and he's a member of DI group. Apply. Then add administrator. So I'll keep him a member of both DI group and admin group, and just click on apply. So I'm following three different scenarios. One, a core tester, one, a core administrator, and one person in two different groups, right? In both DI group and admin group. So I created my users and groups and mapped those users to those specific groups. Now, if I go back to my data services designer, go to central repositories, deactivate this one, delete this one, right click on add. Now it depends on which ID you add, right? If I add this with Rakesh and password, so now this is secure central repository, add it, now it says secure. Now go and activate that. So remember, Rakesh is just a member of testers group. So now if you see this options here, so you'll not have much permissions on this one. So he cannot do a check-in, he cannot do a checkout, he cannot do an undo checkout. All he can do is get latest version, get by label, or look at the history and compare with this local object. So he does not have rest of the options, right? So you have something additional called as permissions when you make it a secure central repository. I'll show it to you in a bit. But all he can do is this. He can, sorry, my bad throat. So he can get Yeah, so today we'll start looking into the transformations. If you have any questions on the previous topics, please let me know. Uh, if not, we'll continue with today's topics. Any questions on single user instance and multi-user instance, system configurations, data store configurations? All right. So even later stages, if you have any questions on them, please let me know. Right, let us start looking into the transformations. So these transformations are divided into three major categories. One is platform transformation, second one is integrated transformation, and the third one is quality transformation. So the platform transformation forms the basic heart of these data services transformations. The name itself will tell you that they are the most important transformations that you will be working with. So ideally, if you know these transformations in and out, you can start working on any data migration project, and you can do any number of business rules or any kind of an activity using these platform transformations. So let's get into the system. I think I'm in long repository here. Can you please tell me the repository that we are in? Is this the one, LR1? Yeah, I guess yes. Yeah, so let's continue with the platform transformations. So if you look at these transformations here in the local object library, the transforms tab. So these platform transformations, so there are a few additions to the latest version. XML map was not there in the previous versions. It's a new addition. So these platform transformations, if you know them, sorry, if you know them in and out, you can start working on any data migration project. Right, so let us know complete details of these platform transformations. Let us start with the case. So if you look at the case, so some definitions here are good and some of them are not that proper. So I'll try to give you a proper definition for them as well. So if you look at the case transformation, it says defines the processing of different rows in different manner, or you can in a simple way, you can say that it splits a single data set into multiple data sets based on a condition. Splits a single data set into multiple data sets based on a condition. So, which means we have a larger data set. So, complete data, and if you want to split them into 4 quarters, quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, and quarter 4. So you split the data based on a condition where each condition satisfies 1 quarter, right? So you have an yearly data. So you have it yearly information and you want to split that into 4 quarters, and this is what a case transformation can do. It splits a single data set into multiple data sets based on a condition that you specify. So let's go and do that on the system. So create a job, select the project folder, right click and do a job. So job underscore case, and create a data flow, df underscore case. Then within the data flow, go to the data store tab, expand your source tables, pull in the orders, and make it as your source. Now let's have a look at the data based on which we will decide what are the different criteria that will be the data is split into. So if you look at this, it has some data like ship via 1, 2, 3. So the maximum versions that we see in this ship via is 1, 2, and 3. So there are, let me check if there is 4. Alright, no data. So it has only three routes via which these goods are shipped. So ship via 1, via 2, and via 3. Now let me use a case transformation to split this single data set, the orders data set, into multiple data sets like orders via 1, orders via 2, and orders via 3 using a case statement. Alright, sometimes you might have a global information present in your system, and you want to apply a country specific taxation codes on the data. Right, so let us say in my current recent project, right, so that I have done. So the employee information is present in different geographical locations. From different geographical locations, we have the employee information, and on this information, right, we have to apply a country local taxation code on each and every salary, right? So, sorry. All right. I think Sandeep just came. Welcome, Sandeep. So, we have to split that data into country-wise. So, or taxation on that data, and then again we have to club them into a single data set. So now let us go and look at the case. So connect orders to the case transformation, and if you open the case transformation, now it is divided into two regions. One is your schema, which talks about your source structure, and the second one is your case tab, which talks about the work area for case transformation. Now we have few check boxes here, right? First one, produce default output label with you can give any default tag here. So I want to apply conditions here for 1 and 2, and all the remaining I will take them as via 3. Or you can use the tag called as default or others. You can give any name. So whatever the data that satisfies the conditions will go with their specific label, and if anything is left, it will go with the label last one. So that is produce default output with this label. The second checkbox here is row can be true for only one case. So if you are validating a row, right, so you are applying a case transformation on two different columns, right, it can be true only for one, because if it is true for one and false for other, it cannot be present as a valid record in two tables. So I think you got my point. So I'm trying to do validation here and also a validation here on these two columns, and it can be true only for one thing. So just in case if it is false, I don't want the bad data to be present in the good data. So you can check this box to make sure you don't have, and preserve the expression order. The order in which you create these expressions, you want to preserve them, you can keep them. Next, you can right click here and say add expressions. In this gray area, you can right click and say add expressions, or you can go and click on this add button and it will say label, call it as via1, and it will throw a red symbol here, a warning symbol saying that the expression is not correct. So select the column here from the schema and drag and drop that into the casework area and give the value here. Right, again click back here. So now it is good because we gave the condition properly. So label is via1, add via 2, and do this, repeat the same process. Select the column from schema, drag and drop it into the work area and type 2. Then click back on the label. Now we have two labels, via 1 and via 2. So what are the data? I'm just using it like a where condition. Where or ship via is equal to 1, it should go into this label. Where ship via is equal to 2, it should go into the table, this label. And all the remaining default records can go into this one. Right, just go back. Now create tables called orders via 1 and select the target data store. Click on OK. Connect it. Now the moment you connect it, you'll see all the three labels that we created here in the case transformation. So via 1, then orders via 2, the second table, orders via 3. So connect from case to target tables and select the specific label to these tables. Right now your case transformation job is done. Just go and validate to see if there are any errors in this one. Validate all, no errors found. So now if you look at the metadata set, so you need to understand what happens on the back end as well. Now if you look at the metadata set of the orders table, all the other tables, right, all the target tables that are created, they will also have the same metadata set, right, the same table structure, the data types and their columns. So here we are not trying to do any changes on the metadata, but we're just trying to split the data into 3 different buckets based on condition. Now let's go and validate the job, execute the job. And the job is started. Now the data flow is started and it's completed successfully. So you can also look at that from here. So ship via 1, it picked 249 records. Ship via 2, it picked 326 records, and ship via 3, it picked 255 records, and the duration for that is 0.03 seconds. So nothing is greater than a second in the entire job, which handle almost around 830 records. It's completed in 3.47 seconds, right? So let's go and look at the data as well. Now if you click on this magnifying glass via 1, so you have the ship via column here, which almost picked 249 records. And if you want to cross check this one, so apply the filter condition on that column by, I think I spoke about it. If not, you click on a cell here, right click and say add to filter, and you can apply the conditions here and just click on apply and OK. Now you don't see any other data because the entire data is only with ship via 1. So you can cross check these outputs right? So even in future, if you are applying some business rules on the data, you can just go and apply these kind of filters and to cross check if the data is proper or not. Right, so shipware 3, all the default records are coming here. So if I'm checking if anything is not equal to 3, then no, we don't have any data that is not equal to 3. Now this is how I split my data using a case transformation. Now let us see the merge transformation, which is exactly opposite to case. Now if you look at the case pictorial representation here, it says a single data set into multiple data set based on a condition. Now if you look at this, multiple data sets combined into a single data set. So initial days when I started learning data services, this was one of my favorite transformation because I'll just show you why it was my favorite transformation, because for each and everything I started practicing with, even like case, map operation, whatever it is, a query transform, I got a number of errors, and this transformation did not throw any errors for the first time when I did this. So that was my favorite reason why it was my favorite. And also, as I told you, the bug that was used in that used to be there in data services 3.0 version. So if you are using any transformation, right, so you just need to use a merge in between that to avoid the syntax errors. So that was a bug in 3.0. So if you just validate and if it throws some syntax errors, you just need to delete this connection. Just simply use it. Don't do anything within that one. Just you need to pull it here, connect it with your case, and from there to your target. Now that solves a syntax error in 3.0. That was resolved from the version 3.2. That's the major bug in 3.0. Now let us look at the merge transformation. So merge transformation is exactly opposite to case transformation. It says combines incoming data sets producing a single output data set with the same schema as the input data set. So now the main condition that should be there for the merge transformation is all the source data sets that you use, right? All the source tables that you use should be the same as your, all of them should be the same. The metadata should be the same. Then only you can use a merge transformation. So let me go and build a job here. Job underscore merge. Create a data flow, df underscore merge. Now I'll use this tables here because the tables that we just created as a part of the case transformation, all these tables have the same metadata, right? Because we split a single table into multiple data sets, so I have the same metadata present in all these three tables. And one more quick thumb rule, the target tables in prior transformation will become the source tables in the next data flow. So I'm dragging all these three tables, and these three tables via 1, 2, and 3 has the same metadata. Now go to the transforms tab, pick the merge transformation, drag and drop that into the data flow, and give them name all, merge underscore all. Right, as per the diagram, it combines multiple data sets into a single data set, and the only condition that it has is that all the source tables should have the same metadata. Right, all the source tables should have the similar structure. So create a target table, order stage, and okay, it's already available. Stage orders, I'm just trying to give a different name here. Just click on OK and connect it with your merge transformation. Now the next step is click on merge transformation, open and see, and this is the reason why it was my favorite transformation. There's nothing that you need to do here, right? So no errors, nothing. You just drag and drop a transformation, and the only condition you need to maintain is all your sources should have the same metadata. All your source table structures should remain the same. So now you might have a question like, in general world, in real projects, you need to merge multiple tables, and definitely for sure the metadata of all the tables will never be the same. So how can you do that using a merge transformation? If that is a generic question or a genuine question, so to answer that, I'll repeat the question if somebody missed. In real time, if I have tables flowing in from 3 different sources and you need to merge them using merge transformation, they'll definitely not have the same metadata. Then how can I handle this? So that's the question. So to handle that, you can use a query transformation in between. You can select one particular metadata structure which is standard, and you can convert all the remaining sources to that structure. So let us say ship wire 1 is my standard, and these remaining columns, all the remaining sources have different metadata, different structure. Now you want to convert that metadata to one common structure. You need to make sure that one of your sources is standard. So use a query transformation in between. Now you call the columns from schema into schema out, or so let us say Y1 has only 4 columns, so you pull in only 4 columns to this one. So not all the sources will have the same number of columns, right? So source 1 can have 5 columns, source 2 can have 10 columns, and source 3 can have 15 columns, but the common columns will be only 5. So you need to pull in only those particular columns. Right, in our case we have everything. I'm just giving you examples. So say map to output, and let us say order ID is ORTR_ID in wire 1 table. So you can just double click on the column here, change the name and click on OK, and the column name will be changed. Right, you just need to double click and give the column name. You can also change the data type and their lengths, right? So you can do those modifications, and you connect it back to the merge transformation. Now you need to make the only thing that you need to follow here, just in case if you have different metadata sets to be merged, is you need to make one table source as a standard, and you need to convert all the remaining sources based on that. So that's how we do a conversion on the metadata, and we will merge all the data sets together. Now validate this if this has any errors. No. Right click and execute the job, and once the job execution is done, all these data sets will be merged into a single data set. The job is successfully done, and if you go to the data flow and look at this, so total 830 records are merged into the target, and let us go and cross check how many records are present in the source. So the same count. So it's a cross-checking mechanism called as reconciliation. So you do a reconciliation on the count of the data. First stage, second stage, you pick a particular category, right, and look at the data count. So 249 records. So you can just cross-check here, go here and apply filter and see, right, same 249 seconds. So you did that on the data level as well, and you can apply a combination like ship wire is equal to 1 and employee ID is equal to 6, you can go and cross-check this data and this data, and you can say that, okay, all the records that I pulled in from my source are loaded into my target. Right, so this is how we use case and merge transformation. So any questions on this? Please let me know on case and merge transformation. Case is used to split single data set into multiple data set based on the condition, and merge is used to combine multiple data sets into a single data set. So any question on this?
Rakesh.
Yeah.
Rakesh, can you show me only once again, how did you bring these three tables, like source table? I think you took from the other source, right?
Yeah. So if you look at this, in the case, I created these three target tables, right?
So
orders via one. So I saved them in my target data store. So ds underscore target is my data store. So I went to those data store, and as I created them as a template tables, they will be present in the template tables list. I have them via 1, via 2, and via 3. They are present here. So I created a next data flow, which is df underscore merge. I selected them 3, via 1, via 2, and I dragged and dropped them.
That means we can use the template table as a source again.
Yeah, we can reuse those tables, because if you look at the general project flow, so first you need to take the project through different phases, right? So first one will be your extraction, where you do the scoping. Then next one will be your validation, and third one will be your enrichment. So the extracted copy, so let us say I want to pull the data for fiscal year 2015, right? So this is my scope data, and this goes, and here in this extraction phase, this is my target table, and this target table will become a source for my validation, right? So this will become my source, and on this source the validation is done, and I will have two tables, valid and invalid. Right, so invalid will go to the data owners to take a sign off, and then this valid will become the source for enrichment, and based on this valid records, they will apply the business rules and get the final enriched data. So the template table that we create in one data flow, or the first data flow, you can use it as a source table, or by default it will become the source table in your subsequent data flows if you drag and drop them. If you are using those template tables, by default they will become your source tables in the subsequent data flows.
Okay.
Is that clear, Jaffer, or you want me to give more examples on them?
No, I got it.
Alright, so the major difference here is the template tables and the permanent tables. So let us say I'll go and utilize one table here, stage materials. Now this is my template table, right? I created in another data flow. So once you run the job, the table will be created here, and if I drag and drop it into another data flow, so by default it will be your source table. Now how do I convert a template table into a permanent table? So to do that, you need to select a template table, right click, and import that. So any template table, you need to select that one, right click and import that. That table gets converted to a permanent table. So I'll show it here. So we are done with the case and merge, right? So I can show it here. So select the table and right click and import, and now this is converted to a dark blue color table, and this is displayed under the permanent table list. Now you can also import from here. You can select a table, right click and say import table, and that will be converted to permanent table. So one first difference that you will notice is once a table is converted to a permanent table, it will not be present in this list anymore. So stage orders, I just converted the target table here, so you will not see that under the template table list, point number 1. And point number 2, if you look at a template table, target template table, go to the options tab here. So you have a nature of the
Rakesh, what is the
table.
difference between template and table?
Yeah, I'm coming to that one, Jaffer. So the nature of the template table is it will be dropped and recreated. So whenever you run a job, and if your job has some template tables, let it be your source or let it be your target. So template table, the nature of that one is it will be dropped and recreated. Which means if there are any structural changes in my source, like first I executed the job with 10 columns. Now again I am running the job with another 13 columns in my source. So it should not be a problem, because anyways it is getting dropped, which means the entire table structure in the database is getting collapsed and recreated. So every time I run, whatever the structure in the source will be created, and even the data will be, since the table is getting dropped, so the structure of the table and the data will be collapsed on the database, so nothing will be there. And again, when you rerun this, it creates a new structure based on the source, and the data also, the fresh data set is added to this table, right? So it will pick the structure from this source table and what are the structure it is there. So next job, I remove this table and I use another table with additional columns and apply the condition and run that. So whatever the table that I pull in here, the second table, these template tables will pick the structure like this of that, the second permanent table that I used as my source. But if you look at the permanent table, right, it's already there. Go to the options, and in the options you don't see drop and recreate table as the one that we see for the template tables. So on a template table, you have this option called drop and recreate the table, right? But you don't have that option on your permanent table. So permanent table is something like a table with a commit statement on the database. Right, so you create a syntax like create table, table name, like select star from employee. So let us say if I have a table called employee, which has columns as employee number, name, salary, and designation, and I want to create another table. So I go and create it using a statement, create table, then table name, mp_new, like select star from. I'm using a like statement here to create this table, like this table, and also I'm using a select star statement. So whatever the data that I have in this table will be created in this table, right? And next I will go and use a commit statement, which means I am committing these changes to my database. So now it is a permanent table, and if there are any changes in the source structure, right? So this is a permanent table. So if I go and do any column level change here, that will throw an error because permanent table will not be dropped and recreated. So any changes in the source metadata will not be entertained here. So you will not make a table as a permanent table unless and until you are sure that there will be no further changes in the source structure. Point number one. Point number two, whenever you run a job, so make sure that these metadata are same as this one, and now you rerun the job, the data gets appended to this table. So it is not dropping and recreating even the data. So you run one time, all the 830 records get inserted. Now you run the job for the second time. What will happen? Another 830 records will be inserted. And if there is any primary key column, so it will throw a warning saying that cannot insert duplicates. So if I remove this, the more number of times I run, every time the data gets appended. So that is the reason why we have delete data before loading. So let us say I created a permanent table with some test data, and now I want to delete that test data and load the actual data into that one. So I can go with this option, delete data before loading, run it, and then uncheck this one and run with my actual data. So these are the two different tables we have, permanent and template table. I think we spoke about it, but just to clarify on that, these are the two differences. A template table, a permanent table, if you drag and drop that into your data flow, it will ask you whether you want to make it as your source or as target. So based on your requirement, you can make it as source and you can make it as target. But on a project front, unless and until you get a confirmation from the functional consultants or data owners, you will not make a table as a permanent table. By default, we keep them as template unless and until we want to use them for lookup purpose. So especially when we are working on the lookup purpose, lookups can be done only on the permanent tables, not the template tables. The reason is it is understood that if you have a permanent table, the table structure remains same, and also the data is a standard data.
Yeah, Rakesh, I have one more question. When we receive the technical specification or the functional specification, it's clearly stated that which type of platform transfer we can use. I mean, there is any guide, like for example, if we are bringing data from 3 different sources tables and we are bringing to one target table. So in the functional document, they also mention that we can use merge or case statement, something like that. So do they have some guide like something, or we have to decide ourselves?
No, they will not have a guide, Zafar. For sure, in the functional document, they will not specify which transformation we need to use. So reading the functional documentation, we'll be creating another documentation, which is technical design document or technical specification. So in that, we need to specify what transformation that we'll be using here. So let us say I'm pulling in 3 tables and I am trying to combine them and merge them and load them into or like I have to move the data from 3 tables to one target table, and now I have to concentrate what is my business requirement. Is that 3 tables need to be joined and loaded into the target data, or they just need to be merged into a single data set and loaded into the target data. So if in case it is a join, like we need to get the relevant information from 3 tables, now I will be joining these 3 tables using a query transformation here, and I say order via order ID dot table 1 is equal to order ID dot table 2 is equal to order ID dot table 3. So that will be my joining condition. I'll pull the common data, so I can use a left outer join, right outer join based on my business requirement. I'll go and use or propose a query transformation here. If the requirement is to merge all these 3 data sets into a single data set, I'll use a merge transformation. So we need to decide on which transformation we'll be using in that case.
Oh, okay. So, but they are only they are only one table. For example, if the source table we have like a department and employee, right, and we want to merge those so that we can use the joining for the source.
Yeah, we can join 2 tables. Let us say this is the employee and this is department. I can use query transformation and I can join these 2 using primary and foreign key relationship and load it into my target. So in that cases, we'll go with my query transformation. Not
so functional consultant or the technical consultant never gives you any like hint or something in the document when you are doing the transformation. You cannot get anything.
You can just get an indirect indication from them saying that this is how my data is and this is how it should go into the target. So based on what they say, we can go and propose the transmission. So that is the reason why I was saying we should know in and out of these platform transmissions, no excuses or no exceptions in that, because if we know how to use them in and out, so we ourselves can go and define like, okay, hey, your business requirement is this. Now you have to use the transformation query, not merge here, because query can suffice your requirement, not a merge transformation. So we will tell them, right? If we know in and out like how this. Now if somebody asks you, I have a data set, I want to split that into 3 buckets, and I have a condition for each bucket, then you can easily go and say like you can go and use a case transformation and it can be achieved easily, because we know that. And now somebody comes and tells us like I have a business requirement, I have data from 4 different quarters, I want to give promotion code 1 for quarter 1, promotion code 2 for quarter 2, 3 for quarter 3, and 4 for quarter 4. You want to give different promotion codes. Now how can I do that? I have the entire data set in single table. How can I apply that? Do I need to write different conditions on that? No, because if they go and write a different condition, like condition 1 where data is equal to quarter 1, so again you have to do a cross check. Now you can use a case transformation to split that and apply the business rules, and again use a merge transformation to combine them, right? So as we know about these transformations, their nature and how they proceed, we can suggest them, right? This is what they need to use, right? There'll not be any specific, but if you look at
I
the
know, I
functional
got it.
document.
For example, when we do the web development, sometimes when you are creating ELB reports, they give you like, okay, you can use the selection screen before showing the data, right? So user can start working on it, and we can use the variants. So something like that, sometime in the technical specification mentioned. So
yeah, technical specification generally, on a project level these days, when it is a technical specification, the best practice that was followed across is like the developer will write the technical specification just to make sure that this guy understands in and out of this functional specification. So he'll attend the workshops with the functional consultant. Till he gets a complete knowledge on that, he'll not kickstart the object development. So he'll go and write and get it reviewed. So his seniors, leads, and architects will review the technical design document, and in that technical design document, he will say like, this is my understanding from this line, and in this line it says that this data should go into different buckets. So these are the tables, this is the transform, this is my target table. So he will mention it on a technical side on the TDD. Technical.
So we can discuss with these functional guys and the business owners, right?
Exactly. So they have to give us a very clear picture like what they are expecting, and then we will create a document, and we will give our view saying that, okay, this is how I foresee, how I can achieve your output using my POD's job, and we will give it to a reviewer. Like he can be your senior consultant or a lead consultant on this project. So those guys will cross-check the functional design and your technical design document, and if it is good, he will say, hey, you can go ahead and start the development. If there are any corrections, he'll say, buddy, you cannot use a merge transformation here, you have to use a query, and this is what the functional design document says, and this is the right understanding. If you still have any questions, you go ahead and sort it out with your functional guy and correct this and send it back to me for a review. So this is why you'll go again, request for one more meeting, sort out those questions. He will update the document, and he will come back to me, and I will read it and I will approve it. So once I approve, this document will be converted into a signed PDF document, and on that PDF,
then you can start it.
Yeah. So that is the general process that is followed.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, right. So the next transformation that we'll be looking at is query transformation. The definition here is very small, but you can do wonders using query transformation. And even if you look at the best practices of SAP or go and pick any random project in this world, you will see this query transformation being used 95% of the times, right? If you compare this usage with other transformations, you will see definitely query transformation used 95% of the times when compared to the other projects. So it's like widely used, and you can do anything using a query transformation. It's not just limited to structured tables. You can also handle unstructured data using query transformation. So we will cover each and every part of this. Most of them theoretically I'll go and show, like, okay, this is what we do, this is what we do. And we also have good examples in the future, so I will build them, right? Creating a function call within a query transformation, creating a new output column and populating that with some other function, then creating how do you create an XML data in the query transform. So as we proceed with our topics here as a part of the training, as we proceed with different transformations, we'll be using the query again and again. So I'll be demonstrating the complete details on the query transformation then, but as of now I'll show you each and every tab, what are the options, how they work. And on the working part, we'll be using this query transformation, and definitely for sure without a query transformation, data services is incomplete. I can say that. Sorry, any questions? Sorry for my bad throat today, and it's troubling me a lot. So let's go ahead and look at the query transformation. I'm just creating a job underscore qt underscore demo, then a data flow underscore qt underscore demo. So if you look at this one, the right hand side tool palette, it has only one transformation present on that. If you clearly notice that this is the only one transformation that is present on the right hand side tool palette, and that is our query transformation. The reason for that one is this query transformation, even SAP or data services architects, they know that person who created this data services, they pretty well know that this transformation is the most used transformation, so they gave it that place. So they gave it a place on the right hand side tool palette, knowing that it will be the mostly used transformation. So I pick my orders table as my source, and then I use a query transformation, connect it, call this as qt underscore demo. Now open this. We already spoke about this, but I'll allow to repeat. So it's divided into three regions. One is your schema in, which talks about your source table structure, schema out, your target table structure, and the work area. So let us say if I pull in two tables as my source, orders and order details, right? Connect it with the query transformation. Now you see two tables here, orders and order details. Now you see two table structures. So schema in contains the number of, so what are the source tables that you have? The schema in contains their metadata, and the schema out will be containing the structure of your target table that you define within the query transformation. So query transformation, it allows us to, as we spoke, the column level filter. You can pick the specified columns that you need. There's no need for you to go for each and every column. So let us say my source has 160 columns, but my business don't need them anymore on the target system. They want only some specific columns that they mentioned in the mapping sheets. So you can select them and move them to the output, right? And This is a row level filter that we spoke about. And the second thing that we can do is also a change in the metadata. We already spoke about it. So you can change the metadata, right? You can change the data types. Even if you just click on this here, so it will take you through a drop down and you can change that one. You can change the name of the descriptions. You can change the descriptions here, right? So let us go and concentrate on box by box. So first let us talk about the schema in, then once it is done we can go to schema out and then go to the work area. So schema in, I can collapse and expand my source table structure, right? So if somebody asks you, can you go and change the metadata in schema in of a query transformation, the answer is no. We can do that changes only on the schema out but not in schema in. You cannot do any conversions on your input schema. So if you, there are two levels in which you can do a context menu or right click within the query transformation. One is at the schema level, the second one is at the column level. So if I select the schema, right click, so I can copy this entire schema just in case I want to, you know, copy all columns and put it in my schema out. I can copy it and I can paste it, right? So this is how you can go and create the nested structures, right? So this will be my parent structure and this will be my child structure. You can delete this one, right? So you can copy here at the schema level, or you can do a quick find. So how many columns has ID in them? So it will take you to all the columns that has a word ID in that, right? You can do a quick search. So naturally when your source tables are big, you have 200, 300 columns in them. So you cannot scroll down one by one and search for a particular column if that column is present. So what you can do, you can select, right click and click on find and you can search for that column. So I want to know if a column with the word via is present, so it is present. Because if you look at the mapping sheets in a project, right, so the functional design documents that Zafar was talking about recently, just now. So these functional design documents will be attached with a mapping sheet, so which talks about your source to target mapping. So how your source table column is mapped to your target table column, and how it is getting transformed. So first thing, I need to first understand if these tables that are mentioned in my document are present or not. So what I will do for that, I'll go and select my source data store, right click and go and search, and I'll search with the external data and I'll search for those table names and import them. If they are there, if they are not there, I'll go and ask my business or my data owner saying that you mentioned this table ABC is present in your mapping sheet, but it is not present in my source. Can you please cross check and let me know the correct table name? So they will go and do that. The second thing is, now once you import the table, you need to look at a particular table and the columns. So they will not be generally specifying a business rule on each and every column. So only some 10 columns from a table or 5 columns from a table based on the business need. So what we will do, we'll go to that table and second check, we will see if that particular column is present. Yes, this is present. And now the second check, so it's ID. Yeah, all the IDs are present. Now this date, right? So we have this 3 date columns present, right? So if there is anything called as time, so it will say no items found. So if you find something called as time in your mapping sheet and if it is not present here, again raise it back to the data owner saying that you mentioned that this order details has a column called time, but I don't see it in the structure. So can you please validate your mapping sheet? So unless and until all these activities are done, right, you cannot start the development. So you need to freeze your functional design document, freeze your technical design, freeze your mapping sheet, which means the other way in which I call it as frozen document is you export that into a PDF. I mean, you sign the Word document and you expose that into a PDF, which means this cannot be changed further unless and until there is a change request on that one. So that that is an assurance for us to go ahead with the development. All right. So this is one quick search that will help you to find the columns, and the next one is refresh. So sometimes there can be changes in the columns in the backend source table, so you can just refresh them. Now you can also go and collapse. So some of these are grayed out, so they will be active at the column level. So collapse the structures or expand the structures, you can collapse them. And if you are selecting anything, you can just map a schema to the output, so that will be moved to the output. And create a file format from here also. We created a structured flat file from schema out by selecting here and create a file format. So you can do the same from here as well. Your input structure, create a flat file format and Hadoop file system, and then you can also look at the properties. So these are the different options that we have at the schema level. Now let us look at the options that we have at the column level. Again, you can copy this and paste it. Right. So you can copy one by one column and paste it in the schema out, or you can find again. So you can just type ID and it will take you to all the IDs. So you can do that at the column level as well. And you can, if you have like you're somewhere here at the bottom and you want to see from which parent or which table this column is coming from, you can just go and say parent, right click on that and say parent. It will show you from which source it's coming. You can collapse these tables, right? So you can map it to the output, you can add it to the output. So if you see here, if a column is repeated, so the system itself is giving it a special name, which is _1. So this is advantage of data services. So you repeat a column, it will be identified by _1, and if it is really required, you can rename that to let us say this is old and this is new. So here I can select that, press F2 and say new. So if required, I can maintain it like that. If not, you can easily identify that, hey, we have a new column and you better delete that because it should not be present in the target table unless and until you need it, right? And the next option that we have is properties of that particular cell. So these are the options that we have in schema out, right? So these are the options that we have at the schema level and at the column level. So majorly you have find, map to output, and you have refresh. So these are the major options that you have. Now let us go and look at the options that we have in schema out. So we have so many options here. So some of them are related to XML, some of them are related to the nested structure. So we will see them now, and we will just have a discussion about them right now. But as we proceed, when we deal with the XML data, we will definitely see how we can utilize them. So if you select the schema out, the main schema, and do a context menu, so you have options like cut, copy, and paste, right? You can copy this and again paste it back in some other schema or some other query transformation. So just to make sure that you copy this entire structure from here and you want to reuse it in some other query transformation, not only this one but also some other query transformation, you can do a copy and paste. Then you can also do a quick find if it is present in the target, right? The next one that you have here is make it current. We'll talk about this when we are dealing with the nested structures. Then you can create new output columns, right? So I can create a new output column and call it as row number, and I can keep the data type as integer. And here in the mapping tab, I can populate that with a function generate row number, which will create an index from that one. So if you look at this, all the mapped columns are the columns that I pulled to the schema out are represented with a triangle, and unmapped columns are represented with a pipe symbol, and the moment I drag and drop it, it will get converted to a triangle. So there are some columns, or at least one column, that is represented with a double arrow here, which means this is not directly fed from the source, but it is fed with an additional function on that. So whatever the column on which you apply a business rule, right? You go and apply a business rule on a particular function. So this function will tell us that this particular column will be identified with a double arrow. So if you are applying a function, if you are applying a business rule, that particular column will be represented with the double arrow. So in the list of schema out columns, if you find any double arrows, you can tell them that, okay, this is having a business rule on that one. And the columns that are with the key symbol here represents a primary key column, right? So you can create a new output column. You can also create a new output structure. So if you are working with IDOC structures or nested schemas, so you can create a nested schema here. So just give it a name, and it will be nested under this one. We'll talk about the nested schemas more in detail when we deal with XML. So I'm not concentrating much on them right now. So new function call. So if you are trying to populate a new column with a function, or you create a new function call, right, and use a built-in function, right, custom functions, lookup functions, string functions. So you can use any of those built-in functions, and you can call that function as a new function call, and that will be created as a new output column, and it will populate some value into that particular cell. We have a new lookup ext, so now it is too early to talk about it, so that's the reason why I'm not talking about it. But yeah, we will see these examples once we understand the basics of query transformation. Now, propagate column from. So if you are trying to get some columns from the other table, so discard, you can propagate that one to schema out, and if you want some other column from here, postal code, you can just propagate and close. So they will be moved to the schema out. So you can propagate those columns, and next one is, these all are related to column level. These are related to the nested structure, and this will be activated at the column level. So you can generate a DTD schema, XML schema, file format, Hadoop file systems, and properties. Right, so these are the options that are available at the schema level. And next, at the column level, all right, so again you have cut, copy, and paste and delete. So you can delete any column that you don't need in the schema out, and you can also do a quick find. Then new output column. If from here, if you create a new output column, it will first ask you, do you want to insert it above this column or below this column? So you get to choose like the order in which you can create the columns here. All right, so new output column, again new output schema, new function call, and if a column is a primary key, it will be checked here, and if you want to uncheck this one or remove that from the primary key list, you can just uncheck this. The reasons why we need this is especially when we are merging data from different sets, right? So there is a possibility that you have the repeated order IDs, especially when you are merging the data from multiple tables. Now, if you have them as a primary key, then definitely it will throw an error saying that it will not entertain any duplicate entry in that column and your job will fail. But your business requirement is still to capture all those columns or all those values in this column, and you want to see how many times this particular order ID is repeated. So first thing is you need to remove that primary key property on that column. So you need to do what? You need to select that column in the query transformation schema out, right click, and you say you can make the primary key and you can remove the primary key property on a column, right? So that is what we have here. And next, you can make a column optional. So the system will really not bother if you get data into it or you don't get data into it. You can just make a particular column into optional. And then the last one is your properties. So on the schema out properties, you get a change option. You can go and change them. You can change the name, but not on the schema in. Schema in is your input, so you generally don't do any changes on your input. Some tricky questions, not those so important, but at times they might ask you to see how much you know about these transformations or how much you worked on them. So the more you practice, you by default have an answer for all these questions. But initially, right, when we start looking at the system, we might feel like, okay, I have to remember this, I have to remember that. But I tell you, don't keep remembering things, but if you start working on the system, practice, do each and every transformation 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, like till they get fixed in your mind, then there's no need for you to even look back at the system before you go for an interview. You can directly go and answer that. So my sincere advice will be practice a number of times before you go for a project or an interview, so that these things will get fixed in your mind, and if somebody asks, you can say, okay, this is how you can do this, right? If somebody asks, I want a new output column and I want some calculated column to be created, then we can say, in this case, you need to use a query transformation, and what is the calculation that they want to do? They want to apply a business rule, or they want to concatenate data from multiple columns and show it in one column. So for example, if you look at the customer information, he will have names like title, first name, last name, middle name, right? So you can concatenate all of these three together to make it is like Mr. Rakesh Samuel. So you can concatenate all these three into a single column, right? So you can, based on the business rule that this guy is expecting, you can tell him that, okay, this, you can use a function or you can use a concatenation pipe symbol to achieve this using a query transformation. Right, so these are the options that we have here. So if you look at the schema out, it talks about the name of the column, the data type, their mapping. So mapping tells us to which source column it is mapped to. So the moment I select any column here, so that will show me from which table, which column the data is getting fed into this one. So ship via old and ship via new are pointing to the same column. So if you see here in the work area, we also have something called as a mapping tab. So whatever the mapping that you have is here, right? So or to put it more precisely, whatever you do here will be displayed here. So for this new output column, I'm not taking anything from the source. I'm taking it from the row generation, right? So it shows row generation here, and then it will show from which table this column is coming from. So this is my mapping, and if there is any description on a column level, right, IDs for authors, if you give any description, or sometimes your SAP tables will have these descriptions, so you can maintain them here. And again, if it has some particular context, so you can say like this is my context. So this, if it is a date, it has a predefined structure. So you can go and define the context, and you can also utilize a business name for that one. So these are the different options that you have here in the schema out. And next one is my work area. So if you look at the work area, it is divided into 8 tabs. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So version 4.0 or 4.x, let me put it this way. From version 4.x, it is 8 tabs. In the version 3.x, it is 9 tabs. I'll show show you in this current version, they haven't removed something, so I'll show you a proof for that. Or if you get to connect to a 3.x system, go and look at that in the query transformation. You'll have 9 tabs in that one. So the interview question again, so they want to know like what is your expertise. So if you mention in your profile saying that I worked on 3.x and 4.x, so the first question that the interviewer will be tempted to ask is like, how many tabs are there in this version? So is there any change in the query transformation? So first they will ask you the architecture changes, like what is the key architecture change in 3.x to 4.x. You have the answer. You'll say central management console came into picture. Then the second thing they will ask, like, what is designer level changes? What are the designer level changes? That you have an answer. You'll say text data processing came into picture, and XML map also is one more transformation that came into picture, which was not a part of our 3.x transformation. The next thing that they will go and ask smartly is like, is there any change in the query transformation? The answer is yes. So in the previous version, there used to be another tab next right after from is an outer join. So there used to be a tab called outer join here. Right, so this one is not in 4.x as it is merged with from transformation. So this is 3.x, but in 4.x from has both from and outer join. Right, so this is 4.x. Remember the key differences, so that will really help us when we go for an interview especially. Right, so sometimes people will not really go by technical questions, trust me. They just want to know like if you worked on the tool, that's it. They will go and say like if you work on a tool, that's good for them. So they will just check like if you mention in your resume I worked on 3.x, I worked on 4.x, they really want to test if you worked on it. Right, so they will, with one question they will just justify saying that okay, you haven't worked on that. So the key differences, at least the key differences we should be understanding before we attend such interviews, or before we put up saying that okay, I worked on both 3.x and 4.x. Functionality wise, tool wise, there are no much changes other than addition of few transformations and changes in the query transformation. Right, so first tab is my mapping tab in the work area. So this mapping tab talks about the column that I select in my schema out. It talks to which column it is mapped in my source. So for example, the column like this, if it is not coming in from the source, it will say what is the factor that is populating data into this one. So what is contributing data into this particular column? So it can be concatenation of two columns, right? So create a new function, new output column, and insert below concatenate. So I'm just giving varchar 1000. Now I can populate this by dragging in shipping address, pipe symbol. This is used for concatenation. Region, city, pipe symbol, region, pipe symbol, and postal code. Right now you see a double arrow here because it is not getting straightly populated from the source. So if I select any other column, it will show you only one. But if I select this column, it shows the data coming in from all these columns, because this is a calculated column that I created on my target structure. So it's a concatenation of address, city, region, and postal code. All right, so it is identified by a double arrow here. So the things that I can do in a mapping tab of a query transformation are, first thing, back to basics, I can do a comment, right? And second thing, I can do a mapping to source. Then the third thing is I can do hard code, decode, if then else, or map to a global variable, or what else I can do? I can do a comment, I can mark it to null, right? So in a query transformation, I can put a hashtag, and in the mapping tab, I can apply a comment here. So this is there, but now the end user says do not concatenate this as of now. You populate that with the null value. So I keep two single quotes, which is nothing but null. Right now the double arrow is gone because I hard coded that one. Or you can just type NULL. So if your target system doesn't accept NULL word, you can use two single quotes, or if it will accept this one, you can go and do this one. So or to be discussed, right? You can hard code these things, right? You can hard code that to a null value or a null word, or you can give a fixed value for this, right? Or you can say to be discussed, it can be populated a little later. So all these things are my hard codes, right? Second one is mapping. So I can map it with my source. I can select a column from my source, right, and drag and drop it on this column, and I will say remap column. So I can map it with my data type, or just can map it, or if you want to insert above that or below that, you can do that activity. So I can just say remap column. Now I select the Alright, I think there's some power issue from the staff, and just let me check with them. Just give me a second. So some technical issue with the GoToMeeting. I just need to reconnect. So just give me a second. I'll be back in a minute. Right. If you can see my screen, please ping me on the chat so that we can proceed. Yep. Thanks. Oops. Wait. Thanks, Zafar and Barker. Right, so this is something that we pass on the SAP side. So if there is any null value, we can just forward the /, and if it is not null, then get the data as it is coming from the source. So I can do these if then else statements and decode statements on the schema out. I think it's working fine, Zafar. So let's give it a try. Talk for another few minutes, and if it is getting too late for you, please let me know so that we can hold it and we can continue in tomorrow's session. We'll just talk about yeah, thanks, Zafar. So we'll just talk about a couple of tabs here. Definitely, yes, we cannot complete the entire thing today, so we'll just speak about the basic things, and we'll just talk about 2 or 3 tabs here. I'll stop it today and we'll continue tomorrow. Right, so these are the things that you can do. So first one is comment, second one is hard code. So you can pass a default value, a fixed value, or a null, or you can pass 2 single quotes here, which represents a blank value to that particular column. Then next one is decode. You can apply an if then else statement or a decode statement on the data, and you can do a concatenation on the columns, right? Anything, right, as per your business requirement. So if they want some calculation to be done, right, he wants the data to be split into 4 quarters, right? Based on the month, you can create a quarter this thing. So if the month is in 1, 2, 3, 4, so it is quarter 1. The Jan, Feb, March, April, it is quarter 1. Then May, June, July, August is quarter 2. So you can create any output columns and just write the logic here. So it can be anything. So it's not just what I'm telling here. It can be anything. So based on your understanding, you come up with a scenario, then we will think about it, and then we can write a logic for that in this mapping area. So all the business rules, right? All the business rules will be applied in this mapping tab of a query transformation. But to keep that performance tuning in mind, or to make sure that we don't overdo everything in single query transformation or single data flow, we kind of split this job into different phases, like as per the AIO methodology, which we'll be talking about at the end of this course. So we will be splitting the job into different phases, right? The project methodologies. So in different phases, when I say, I'll be calling the first one as my scoping, the second one is deduplication, third one is preload validation, fourth one is enrichment, fifth one is post-load validation, sixth one is loading phase. So I split my single job in different phases so that if something goes wrong, I can easily go and say like, hey, this is where it went wrong. So I can directly go to that particular segment of the job. So these are the best practices which we'll be talking about them once we learn the tool. But yeah, so at every phase, I can do only the validations in validation phase. I can do the scoping in the extraction phase. So based on your scenario, you can apply a business rule or you can apply that scenario using a query transformation. Query transformation is quite flexible. You can do wonders here. You can create new output columns and populate them, or if you want to apply 10% promotion code on each and every product, so you want to give 10% discount, you can create a new output column and say the actual price and discounted price. So you can apply a business rule for that one, right? So you can concatenate, you can create new output columns and populate them, right? So you can also use the built-in functions. So if you click on functions, there are aggregate functions, right? So aggregate functions, when I say average of the sales, count distinct, maximum, minimum, and sum. So average will give me the average of this, what are the money in that one, or what are the number that in one. The count will give me the count of all the values in that particular column. Then count distinct will give me the count of distinct values in that particular column. So maximum, minimum, right? Sum of these all values. So these are the aggregate functions. So you also have a conversion functions, right? You want to convert them to, interval to character, or character to number, right? So long to varchar, you can do a conversion on the columns. Then you have cryptographic functions, right? Encrypt, decrypt. Then custom functions, database functions, right? Date functions, environment functions. So get environment, right? So it will tell me like which environment I'm working on. Is that in development, QA, or prod? So we have to define those values prior. So get the monitor file name. So what are the file name that is, in which this monitor values are being pushed. So if once you execute the job, you see three things called trace, monitor, and error. So these values are also pushed onto a particular column. So you can get those file names here. So is set environment to default. So you can also have lookup functions, math functions, right? So square root of something, truncate, round, random, power of, modulation, log, length, floor, ceiling, abs, right? So miscellaneous functions. So generate row number group by, host name, if then else statement, is group changed, right? So truncate table. So you can push some commands onto a table saying that you truncate that and reload the data, right? So wait for file. So if the file is not generated, you wait for till so and so time, and if it is not available in the shared location yet, then go and throw an error message saying that this file is not available. So you can set the system to sleep. So there are a number of built-in functions, right? So we just need to read about them. So to tell you honestly, I myself don't know most of these functions, but whenever it is required, I just go and read about them. So I know about file exist, and I know decode, I know DB owner, so it will pick like what is the owner name for this table name. I can talk about if then else, greatest, host name, right? Get file attributes. So I read about them as I needed them in the projects, and I utilize them. So we will see in the list of miscellaneous functions or list of functions what we have, and we will try to utilize them as per the project requirements. Then SAP functions. So if you pull in some SAP functions, they will be displayed here. So string functions like ltrim blanks, rtrim blanks, especially when you're getting the data from flat file. Then print statement, replace substring, replace substring, substring ext, rpad ext. You want to pad the columns lpad and rpad. So you want to pad the value with external zeros. Then you can system functions. You can send email notifications using these two. You can execute the external files like Windows files using this, right? So validation functions. There are like a number of functions based on the requirement. You can go and use that. But once you start practicing on the tool, what are the general things that you use, like generate row number by? So you just need to type them, and you will get those functions. So I want system date, so I'll just type SYS, and I'll get all the words that start with SYS, so I can just go and utilize them. So conversion, to date to care, right? So I can just go and write 2 underscore, and I can see all the conversion functions. I can get some functions like this. So you can just type them here as required, and you can see if they are available. So you can utilize them. And you want to edit this window, whatever this mapping tab, you can click on this and go and edit the values here. All right. And if you do something here, right, you can just click on apply, and that will be applied on this column. Right, schema remapping. So order details and orders. So just remap schema. So we can do a remapping here. So order details to order details and remap. So it will be remapped. So this is what we have in the mapping tab. We will stop it here. So from tomorrow, from next session, we will see what is select, from where, group by, order by, advanced, and fine. So probably we might spend the entire session on the query transformation, because this is the most important transformation of the rest of them, and we need to know in and out, because anything you want to do something using case, you can achieve that using query transformation. You want to use something using merge, you can achieve that using query transformation. So you just need to know how to use that. And also this is one place where you can pull in a number of functions that are supported by data services, and you can utilize them in the project. So my recommendation, rather than you read on the documents, you practice them more live on the system. That will really help you to remember, because reading might confuse you. But I mean, it depends on how good you accept that part. But yeah, if you feel that reading will help you a lot, please go and read a lot about these functions and everything. But as we proceed in different examples, we'll be using most of these functions, or at least like 98% of the functions that are used in the projects. We'll be talking about them, the most used functions, right, in the training. But rest of them, I recommend you to go and read and try out them on the system and see how they work and what is the reaction of the system when you use a particular function, right? So we'll see like almost 98. So I'm just giving 98 because 1 or 2 I might skip. So the transformations or the functions that we used in the project, we'll see them almost the most used transformations. 98% we'll cover these functions in the training, but just in case 1 or 2 if I miss and you have a question on them, you can reach out to me. I'll just go and read about them, and I'll try to explain them to you. So this is about the mapping tab, where you can apply the business rules. All right, you can do the calculations or conversion on the data. The data transformation, right, the actual data transformation can happen here using this mapping tab. So any questions you want me to answer today, or if not, you can ask them tomorrow as well. Can you please, so we have a question from Sandeep. Can you please explain about the other tabs in the template or target tables like bulk loader options? Yeah, we'll talk about them, Sandeep. So we have different scenarios to talk about them. We'll talk about them. All right, any more questions, Zafar? Bhargav, any question?
Yes, Rakesh, how we do the syntax checks for this mapping?
So this is what we do. Everything is validate current. So if you just do a validate current, it will, once again, it will show you if there are any errors. So this is the only syntax check that we do. So for every syntax check, let it be a table structure or the entire job. So now it will throw an error because I haven't defined a target table. So it cannot be used as the target node. So it says query transformation is an intermediate object. It cannot be used as a target. So that is what it says here. Right? Qt demo cannot be used as a target node in the data flow. So you have to go and define a target node. But within a query transformation, if I go and do a validation, so I'll have validate current active. So I'll check the syntax of this one.
Okay.
Rakesh, how to extract a template table directly from the source?
You cannot. There is no template table concept in the source. So if you have, so let us say I have some tables like orders and order details. You need to go and search, right? Search the table name, and you need to import that, and by default any source table that you import into data services will be your permanent table. They cannot be a template table. Or if you want to dump this data into a template table and reuse it, you can do that. You dump the entire data of this permanent table into a template table and you want to reuse that as a source in the next data flow, so you can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Alright, so I'm sorry if I'm just extending the class time, but you know, I just don't feel like stopping in the middle. But if you feel like you're getting late or I'm doing extra timing, so please let me know so that we can do a hard stop there, and we can proceed with those topics in the next class or next session. So hope all of you got your server access, so please start practicing on that, because the more you practice, you'll get into more doubts you know, that needs to be sorted out. So please practice more in your system. At least spend 1 hour per day on your system. So that should be enough ideally. If you just spend 1 hour listening to the recording and again 1 hour practicing on the system, that should be more than enough. You know, as we complete the training, you will have all your questions sorted out. So please practice on your systems, and you know, we will connect again tomorrow at the same time. It's 6 a.m. IST. We'll connect sharp at 6 a.m. so that we can complete this query transformation and go with the remaining transformations of platform. Right? Thank you guys. Have a good day and good night ahead. You know, see you tomorrow in the next session.